4 or 5. This is where the opportunity is. I would like to see anybody without a smartphone among the youngest. I'm not asking the dignitaries here, except the villagers. If you don't have a smartphone, stand up. Any mathematician here? What is the percentage of this person who doesn't have a smartphone? 0.0 something something. The scientist has spoken. I believe veterinarians are very good scientists. So you can imagine.
Is that because they forgot?
It most likely. For us in the village, we don't know how to philosophize the possibilities, but the point is, technology is providing immense opportunities for the young people that I like Ishaazi's agenda. As the chair was presenting, he mentioned the need to shift the gear from the traditional gear in modernizing to a modern system or perspective. So technology is at your fingertips on your smartphone and is providing immense opportunities in which you can transform any opportunity at your disposal. But for now, we are only using this technology, not me, for a little bit of slaying and gossiping and the like. I do not have much time to go how technology is going to be very useful for your generation to transform. If you, for instance, we have the most famous Nkore cow. It produces very wonderful ghee, and we know how to make this ghee into a palatable, consumable. Imagine if you were selling, you have a website that sells ghee from the Nkore cow around the world. There is some guy called Ramaphosa, protocol observed, since it is, I don't want to, but you can always tell the dignitaries that this is a villager. Ramaphosa is auctioning our cows, which he caught from President Museveni, in billions of dollars, billions of shillings. I mean rands. But this is a possibility that does not need, because everywhere, I've seen them in Texas. I also had an opportunity to be invited by other villagers. I've seen our cows in Texas. In Texas, they keep them as zoo animals because of their beauty. But you will be amazed how much money people pay to go and see those animals. Now, you asked me a question, whether there is money in agriculture. The historical perspective of the future...
Just before we get there, I'd like that point to sink in. Those who own the cows gave some to Ramaphosa. Then Ramaphosa knew what he was given and what to do with it. So Ramaphosa ideally is making more money from the cows he was given by people making less money.
Precisely.
And then Ramaphosa gave them to some people in Texas,
yes,
who developed another idea, that beyond meat and milk and ghee and yeshagwe, these cows can become a tourist attraction.
Absolutely.
And those ones are also making money.
Absolutely.
And the children of those who originally had these cows are in the capital of their country looking for jobs.
Absolutely. Now, I 1% of my time, as my young friend said, I am privileged to see you here as my student. I teach at a mighty university across. It is supposedly teachers were supposed to be change agents of change. I don't know the assignment you've given where I will succeed to change the 20% or to be as ambitious as Dr. Ademun to change 80%. But my principal objective, I love my head of state, is an atomic thinker, think to the detail, but also it absorbed the Mao Zedong approach, guerrilla warfare, take it bit by bit. So we are developing a model of youth involvement. Can I get help here? Can I get help here? We are developing a model. We call it Farm Opportunities for the Young in Uganda. Farm Opportunities for the Young. Let me say why I said I'm a teacher. I described my history. I did these degrees, and I became an international. I was a junior economic affairs officer, spent 8 years in Geneva as a junior economic affairs officer at the World Trade Organization. At some point, Honorable, so I think I was earning more than you, because I was getting $12,000 per month. And then I decided to leave, because I thought that my life is going to be wasted if I selfishly continue in this platform when my citizens, so he mentioned the patriotism, when the rest of my citizens lag behind because of lack of understanding of the fortunes that are in their hands. Now, you also, historical perspective, Africa imports, that is every African country. We are 54 countries, except Uganda, and around 1 billion food imports. 1 billion. So we have 54 billion import bill on the African soil. $1 billion. And then the other historical perspective, by 2030, global agriculture trade or global food trade is going to be approximately $1.3 trillion. Imagine even if we are taking only 1% of that as Uganda. But the more important issue relates to your process of days. You actually confused me a little bit. Now the problem of villagers, we can't catch up with the rest of you. But the issue is, the young people, this, my friend, and your generation, you are faced with a very serious technological problem. The jobs and productivity and efficiency is going to be substituted. It may not be seen here in Africa, but in most of the farms, for instance, efficiency, we are already employing precision farm robots on the farms. So you cannot run to the farm to do that. Whether you like it or not, by 2030, say Swiss 23 is going to be 33, still in the bracket of the youth, and is still looking for the job. So most likely, a global company that is going to be employed here, it is not going to look for you. It is going to look for an efficient robot that specifically can go to a specific plant. This is not to alarm you, but to open a perspective of the future of where we are involved. Now, the good news is, whether we like it or not, there is no process that has succeeded to massively produce substitute for food. And the good also news is, there is no process that has maybe recolonization, but I trust Honorable Rwakojo and her team in the Parliament will prevent that. Make sure we have enough sovereign security so that there is no recolonization. So if those two things do not happen, with abundance of natural resource land, and you, the young human beings that are asking, should we get involved in agriculture, then we have opportunities as a country, Uganda. Now, the question is, what do we do to harness those opportunities? This is the reason of my existence. And leaving a job, some of you might have seen me walk on the streets. Honorable, next time, and Honorable Mugas, the chief guest, I think when you sit in Parliament, you should give my organization some money so that I can have a car to move to the village, like you do, because I look after the entire 16 million farmers in the country, and you can do it on foot, just like you. But let me pass the message here of our model. We have what we call a bottom-up approach, and this bottom-up approach is not instantaneous change of hearts. Gorillas don't work like that. Guerrilla work win a slow war. And we understand in our agenda that the idea of interesting, I've seen a video circulating around that make agriculture sexy. I think that is, forgive my language, Honorable, that's bullshit. It's not sexy that actually attracts agriculture. It is incentives. I was a student in Untitled School in 1995 when GBK started, and I quickly saw how people changed their cows from the traditional Nkore to crossbreed because there was a market for the milk. Instantaneously, and when the milk slumped, then we returned back to Nkore cows. So the issue of make it sexy, put a beautiful or handsome, that's nonsense. Just make sure the incentives are right. And the policymakers who are here, what we need to do is to find a magic bullet for the right incentives. These young people, of course, they have their own attitude problem. You can't imagine living $12,000 US is how much? In Uganda shillings. That's an attitude problem for me, Honorable. To live it in Geneva, it's the most beautiful city I've ever been to, and coming here in Uganda. Honorable Sam Mugas.
It's about 42 million.
Yes, 42 million. So I would be actually a billionaire in 10 years. But somehow, I don't know whether I will ever get the billion in my lifetime. But the truth is, I decided, like my mentor, my absentee mentor, I admire him very much, who goes to the bush to liberate. This is liberation 2.0, in my opinion. And it has the idea of proper identification of the problem, and a proper identification of opportunities, and the proper identification of ways and means to capture those opportunities. This is why we are coming out farm opportunities for the young in Uganda, inclusive model and involvement strategy. This involvement strategy, Honorable, we are looking at people like you to become anchors of this mission. The key idea there are four main issues. One is mobilization of the youth, which I like Thesh and his team, what they are doing, the issue of mobilization. Now the question is broadening to, we've been in discussion, and we have already shared some of my views with him. The question of mobilize to do what? Then organization. So this is where the Dr. Ademun was challenging you. Simply culture and the evolution of culture, which is actually very good. I heard the head of state saying we can't allow our culture to go. But to develop a superior culture, you were, as a media person, you know very well there are two sources of power, the geopolitical, economic power and military power. The supremacy of the United States is based on those two. Then those two guarantee you cultural supremacy. That's why we run for KFC. Here, those of you who are in towns. I used to do that when I was in Geneva because I don't know how to cook I've never stepped in a kitchen. But the truth is, cultural superiority will come from economic superiority. So how do we prepare for economic superiority? We have to organize. That's why I'm saying organize, mobilize, organize, and then empower. And that's the beauty.
There's a point there that you're making that I would like to capture here. When you have economic and military superiority,
yes,
you will never have a problem selling your culture.
Not at all.
That is why most of what we do here
Yes,
is American.
absolutely.
We wear our trousers closer to the knees than the West because those who have the guns and the money wear them that way.
Absolutely.
So if we want them to have our culture, we have to have wealth and the ability to protect it.
Absolutely.
Does that also suggest that if you don't have those two,
Yes.
the battle to retain your culture is a losing battle?
I'm telling you, it is the quickest way to lose it. Just become weak. Nobody's going to listen to you on the table. If you just return home, who do you give a microphone? It's only, I'm the only fish out of the lake now here, a villager to get a microphone here, maybe because of the philosophy. But the truth is, on the table, in the weddings, so the microphone is going to get to the guy with a large number of cows. So he's the one who is likely to do what? To give the cow. So the issue, my young brother says, the issue here is a revolution. Let Ishaazi be the genesis of a revolution for economic transformation of the youth. And what do we do? And all these guys you gave the microphone, let's get into a guerrilla warfare to start a journey that will deliver us from impoverishment, because there are already opportunities. You know, the knowledge you have, you can protect your environment at home. I heard you talk about it. We can have smart climate smart agriculture at home, in which case we safeguard our arable land to feed the others. Food itself will be a source of power. Actually, food security, Honorable Member of Parliament, is part of sovereign security. Any country that depends on others for food will depend on them for their security. So we are on the right path, but the question is diagnosing the right problem and the right opportunities in there. So the future of nations, the future of the race of human beings, and all that are in our favor. For the first time in human history, God is answering us if we focus on specifically on agriculture production. And this is undisputed, because I've told you, scientists have not produced synthetic food yet. They can produce synthetic enzymes, but most likely it is not in your generation, and in my generation, it is going to be probably 2,300 and above. But between now and 2,100, we still have to depend on the gifts of God to feed ourselves. Now, let me go to the model, inclusive model that I'm talking about that we need. I said there are 4 elements in it. Mobilize the youth, organize the youth, empower the youth, coordinate the youth, and then develop partnerships for them. We will need you. I like the provocation from Dr. Demoon, putting a proposal, and also like the guest of honor that you brought here. We come from, I do come from a small village called Rwanyangwe in Chirhura. We're largely concentrating on dairy production at home. So most of us, we know what we're talking about. Our chief guest is in charge of agro-industrialization, at least, and equipment. I am not wrong. So the question that is in our backyard, organizing, producing quality milk, and organizing it to fetch the returns that actually benefit us. I am very lucky. I'm not suffering from either of you problems. I have a daughter. She has more cows than I do now because I have to sell mine to take her to school, and she doesn't want hers to be, so she's passionate about her cows. So I'm very lucky. But let's return to the roots and then look at what can we do. So mobilization, organization, empowerment, and the like. Now, to cut this story short, I said it's gonna be from Mr. Chief Guest. We are looking at clustering. This is part of your thoughts, actually. We are clustering the youth within villages at farm level around a specific enterprise they are skilled in. Just like Honorable mentioned, not every person is interested in the enterprise we are interested in.
Maybe let's move this here so that
so
those there can.
So we will cluster. We will look for partnership and resources to cluster youth around a specific enterprise and then empower them with specific skills. There are three main challenges that are facing this generation we are looking at. Number one is skill. Yes, I do teach. I'm so sorry for my young friend that I teach, but he knows my teaching method. The most burdening for him because I use student-centered teaching method. It is the student that actually pays the price. I have never taken notes anywhere. You can see I also don't speak with notes, and the students have to make the notes for themselves. So under the student-centered approach, you search for solutions yourself. So now, the model under the specific enterprise agenda, we hope to instill. I was speaking of three main challenges. Skills is the biggest problem because you see, Honorable Mugasi, you can testify, we are importing farm managers from Kenya. True or false? Of course, in Nkore we have, I am going to speak like a scientist now, not in Korean. Yeah? In Nkore we have arrogance that we know what we are doing. But the truth, it is not scientific. Science pursues two main things, efficiency and effectiveness. So efficiency and effectiveness is what is going to bring the dollar in the bank account or in the pocket. That is exactly. So we are importing skilled managers from Kenya. Most of the people who have modernized their farms here in this country, the managers are not Ugandan. And those who are underperforming, underperformance is like underemployment. You've studied about underemployment or using highly qualified individual to do a job that is beneath there. So most of our farms, including mine, we are underperforming because we have 275 acres of land with some cows over there as a family land, and we're producing only 700 liters of milk. But when you go to Egyptians, Israeli has the highest technologically advanced dairy industry in the world, a cow producing up to 60 liters a day, and on a specifically defined area. I'm happy we've been able, through you, sending some students and Ministry of Finance to go to Israel to train. I've been convincing them to become vanguards of modernization in the dairy sector. I'm specifically interested in this to see how we can do that. Dairy is a little bit more organized. It's where we can harvest skills very quickly. Now, if we focus on specific empowerment of youth around, for instance, dairy and beef production. I was in a debate with the chief guest, forgive me for revealing our private conversations, say, should we diversify Nkore and look at growing crops and the like? I said, no, my view is, let's not go into complicating situations that are already complicated. Dairy and beef is good for Nkore. Then tomatoes and onions can go somewhere else, but we focus on on dairy, and you can actually have it there. They give an example. Egyptians were looking for 400 animals for their factory, and they could not get it. Yet you can train young people here to mobilize the resources. By the way, that's a good step on circle, the circle part. Mobilize the resources. I imagine if you had asked after our speech, you say we are looking for 10, we are starting a 1,000 feedlots, 1,000 bulls feedlots around Rushiri, and you have to leave $1 million here to get the microphone speak. Most likely we are going to do it. So you can actually produce feed, you can start feedlots and still use the dairy production as an alternative to feed, and then agrotourism, because agrotourism still can work. So let me go to the DNA, finish the DNA quickly. I give you back your microphone. I'm not good at the microphone. Now, this thing is, Mr. Guest of Honor, it is a value chain, grassroots, but also value chain approach. We have pre-production. In production base, we are looking at, for instance, if you are in cattle production, pre-production, you need preparation of land. You need pasture establishment and pasture management. How many of you can tell me at least 4 protein-containing fodder for cattle you know? Most likely, you have a degree, you're going to tell me you're passionate as. But if you don't know, it is highly unlikely that you will efficiently produce on your farm, give the necessary feed mixture to get you the milk you need or the beef you need to be profitable. So what we do, in this case, in the use, what we will be doing, work with honorable members of parliament and the local government officials, identify youth champions at village level, at parish level. We embrace the president's agenda of parish development model. We identify, the president recently said that agriculture can create 50 million jobs if we need. And I believe him very much. So imagine we went to the village, pasture development. You are the one who was talking about pasture for commercial pasture production. Pasture management and production can actually give each member of this room here, no matter where you're coming from, and still the demand for pasture will do what? Will remain. That's number one. Breed management. Because your fathers and our fathers were producing by guessing. We can only bring a demon down to the village to advise on more sophisticated issues. But the record-keeping issues, if we are going to be able to trace a breed and manage so that there is no interbreeding, which interbreeding is essential in milk production and beef production, we need to be able to train. Then the third is management of the animals, health management. Health management of the animal will need proper paddocking, biosafety. These are things that the moon can help us train. That is pre-production. Then after, we go to the production stage. A production stage is actually the care of the animals in itself, if you are focusing on animal production. But in care for the animals, there are opportunities here. You don't need actually to read and write, to write. You only need to enter the numbers on your phone. The software are available. SNV has produced software, and Uganda National Farmers Federation has done so. So there are a lot of jobs around the value chain on production, but also on production. From here, you go to the backing. And for the animal people, what we are talking about is the collection of milk to the collecting centers. And this here, you are ensuring milk that is tested, butterfat content, protein content, because there is grading. If we are employing technically skilled people, we will be able to grade for the milk. Now, what that happens within the intracastrine region. The intracastrine region is basically the region around the Lake Victoria, the Great Lakes. The consumption of milk imports alone is around 1 billion. Rwanda imports milk from New Zealand. Burundi imports milk from New Zealand. New Zealand is far away in a different time zone. Congo imports milk from New Zealand. So, but the milk could be coming from our home county, in our sub-county, probably in our own village. The question is, how much energy and effort? So, a 1 billion for a small district like Chirihura is a lot of money. Everybody would go to the upper middle, actually upper income, and it's possible to do that. Now, the members of parliament, you will do what you have to do. Go and dig the roads to take us to Congo, Burundi, and the like. So now it sounds a little bit theoretical, but don't forget I'm a philosopher from the village. Now, the processing. We were debating about why should we, I convened a meeting when I returned in 2016. Then I called a meeting of people from Chirihura. We sat at the Ibamba restaurant, and then we started, what should we do? Then he said, let's convince them Hindi. Let's convince them Hindi. But the truth is, there is no foreigner who cares about your life and your family. And all these entire brains and whatever, why can't we do it ourselves? What does it take? The idea of something like that. I've forgotten yes, the 15 years in Europe took a toll on in Uganda itahankai. Entahumbar. Tuingana teftasya sente mkahi munshaho yawe. So there is an idea of proper self-organization, and we take advantage. They are mobile processing plants. They are huge plants, and good enough, we have a very supportive head of state. These are parts of the things he would need to see solved. We couldn't have a better head of state in this regard. So processing can be, then marketing, the time, yes. Now, let me indicate what we're going to do. Now, this is a value chain side, and this is the level of interaction. We have village level. What we will be doing, Mr. Chief Guest, when this model is complete, we are expecting feedback from the people. We shall organize what we have called Village Young Farmers Annual Agribusiness Summit at village level, then collect, because we want to pick the champions from there. We are going to create a network of champions, and those networks of champions are network of jobs, a network of skills, network of exposure. We're going to ask you, Madam, can you help us send 10 youth from Gomba to Israel to learn how to produce milk properly? We will be asking, when you sit with that ambassador, ask him to tell us to take our 10 youth from Gomba per year at least. So that's a network of exposure, network of jobs created. So we will have a parish Young Farmers Annual Summit. Here we want to propose to the President of the Republic of Uganda to award parish model young farmers, so that you are known as a distinctive young farmer who actually inspires the rest of the young from what you are doing. Then we have up to the National Young Farmers Annual Summit. This one is going to happen around March next year. We want to partner with you on this. The summit is very important. Let me quickly look at what is going to be doing. The annual summit is policy dialogue like this. We interface with, we create an ecosystem. A supporting ecosystem is whereby the scientist is here, the policymaker is here, The scientist is here, and also the chief implementer of some of the things we are looking for. The financials are here. The media will be there. Our Honorable Sam will be there, and the villager myself will be in the back bench. I thank you very much.
Giving him a big hand clap as well.
And of course, the finance is private sector. The ecosystem will be complete. So we are gathering momentum on this. I would like to introduce someone I'm working with on this. Is Justice Rutahigwa here? Yes, that is a man who would be running around to make sure that everything is properly coordinated. Now, I finish by quoting partnership. Of course, Ishaazi is in my way. We are neighbors. We're going to be reaching out to every youth group in the country to make sure that our summit that defines our 2030 agenda is proper. 2030 agenda is in relation to sustainable development goals. Thank you very much. And the Vision 2040, which is the vision of the country. Thank you.
Good. I see a few people writing. I see others not writing. But I have heard that the worst ink is better than the best brain. It literally means that chances are you're more likely to remember something you wrote on the worst piece of paper than something you put in your head and thought you remembered it. Let me put down for you what I wrote. The population of the world is likely to be between 9 and 10 billion by 2050. Climate change continues to be a problem. There is shrinking arable land. The largest land able to produce food in the world is in Africa. In East Africa, that land is in Uganda. $1 billion of food imports, $1.3 trillion global food trade. The question is, will you be part of that trade? $1.3 trillion. Now, given the fact that we have the most arable land in East Africa, all we want to be sure of is just to have $1 billion of this trade in Uganda. I strongly believe that we can make more money in food than we can in oil, but I'm not in government. It's just what I think. Incentives will turn us around. If you have no military and economic power, you will never be able to sell your culture. Haven't you noticed that all of a sudden there is an infestation of Chinese restaurants in this country? And that the people who eat there most are not even Chinese? There are Indian restaurants in this country. How many of you have eaten Indian food? Here. No offense. How many of you have eaten Indian food? What's the cost of a plate? Or how many of you have eaten Chinese food in a restaurant? Chinese food? What's the cost of a plate? Very expensive. And I've also noted that if you go to Amagara, how many expatriates eat there? But go to KFC and see. The reason why the expatriates are not at Amagara, the owners of that culture do not have economic power and they do not have military power. They go to KFC where the owners of that culture have military power and have economic power. We may not have the military power yet, but we can move fast and have the economic power and literally be responsible for the food eaten in the world. People will respect our culture. You have been representing the young people, sir, on the panel, even when it looks like you used to be young. But I'm making this statement remembering that I'm supposed to have glasses, which I'm not wearing today. From what you have heard today, does it feel like you want to drop your current job and get involved in agriculture? And what is the take home for you?
Thank you very much, Samson. Do I look like a former young person, surely? Anyway, that's okay. I'm not young.
In my culture, the moment you get married, being young is history. If you are not married, you are still a boy.
Oh, okay. Not a boy, Samson.
Now you are arguing.
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is John Igumera. I am not an agriculturist by profession. I have a bachelor's degree in mass communication and journalism. I'm a communication personnel like you, but public relations major. I finished campus 2018, Uganda Christian University, Mukono. I had never gone into a science class till I finished campus like this. Now the knowledge I have in agriculture is even much higher than what I have in PR classes. I don't think I can still sit down and write a press release and know the characteristics of a holding statement. I don't think so. But I'm sorry, you know, it's always rare to speak before your bosses have spoken. So the commissioner is out and Dr. Dick Kamganga. These two are my bosses. So whenever I make a mistake, you will surely forgive me. And I'm glad to be on the same panel with the Honorable Member of Parliament for Gomba, East or West, but for Gomba. Okay. I'm glad to be on the same podium with you. I'm here to represent the youth. My being here was impromptu. I was formerly to have another engagement in this dialogue still. But I'm here and I'm always prepared, especially for agriculture knowledge. I've been in this field since 2018. I represent the Livestock Development Forum. It's a private organization that is in charge of livestock in the country. I also write a national livestock publication, Ishaazi, the Livestock Farmers Magazine. I was introduced in this sector by a friend, and the introduction at first was in form of a job. And as a person who had graduated in mass communication, my aim was to go in communication offices, write the press releases, hold press conferences. That was always my aim. I never thought of me going in agriculture. I never thought of myself being in the agriculture sector. But I don't regret. Ever since 2018, September 9th, when I joined this sector, when I joined the commissioner and my brother Dick Kamganga, I don't regret that time. At least I have had much in my mind. I am here now to talk as a youth. I will not talk as these policymakers and agriculturists. There are things I would wish to see us, the young people, getting involved in. The guest of honor has gone out. I wish I could communicate if he was here, but the message will be delivered still. And the Honorable MP is here. In communication, where Kasumba and I belong, we have a scholar called Harold Raswell, and he formulated the communication process. And this communication process, it starts with an idea formation, then encoding. Encoding is a communication word, meaning packaging of information. Then channel selection, where your message will pass through. And then we have decoding, and finally feedback. That's a communication process formed by a communication scholar called Harold Raswell. And that process has helped communicators to perform the communication work. I would love to channel that into agriculture. The young people here, we already have the idea, because most of us here are sons of farmers, are sons of livestock and crop production people. We've grown into farming. My father had never gone into school. He's typically a cattle farmer, and the school fees I used usually came from the sales, from the cows. And I want to assume that even most of us here, that's the case. Now I want to channel all my allies to these people. Madam Commissioner, I'm sorry, you are my boss, but when I say something that is contrary to your obligation, you have to forgive me. This is a dialogue, and I must dialogue now as John. Samson at first said that we are not here for blame games. I want to agree with you that we are not here for blame games. Farming is passion, and passion cannot be inherited. Passion is according to you. You must have that passion into something. When I joined this sector, I didn't understand what was there, but I loved it. I kept on loving it. The people I was interacting with, the places I visited, I thought we were farmers at home, but we weren't. In fact, I realized farming is much here in Central Region. Why? Most of the people have the best dairy farms. There is a group called DAFAN, Dairy Farmers Network. And when Mr. Dikam Ganga was talking here, I expected you to question the Commissioner of Animal Health, to question the MP. I know you are organizing a national agriculture show in Jinja as UMFE, and you're the president. My heart was like, can I hear Kamganga say that, can the ministry, the members of parliament, and the minister here, at least sponsor the entire group here, or through Ishaazi, go to Jinja in August, show them these things we are talking, because they are there, they are always there. Can we have a group of these people? They want agriculture, but they can't access the information.
John, before we get there, we don't want to sponsor people to go to the agriculture show who want to be employed in offices. We want to sponsor those who are convinced about being in agriculture. That's my challenge with sending an entire group, because you don't know who is interested and who isn't.
Well, I get there. I believed first that these people here, my colleagues, I want to believe that they are really interested. Maybe we need to inform these people first what happens, because they don't have the information. You stopped us from blaming, you stopped us from blame game. But allow me put it clear now. We have organizations in Uganda that are supposed to be encouraging these people, that are supposed to really impact us, to give us a platform to engage in agriculture. They are unfairly financed maybe by the government here. All their leaders, maybe they are not taking a chance to get us the young people and encourage us. We have Uwiri, this association for the women. We have young girls here. They would love to do products from their milk. They would love to learn how they can do it. Uwiri is there. Can we have some finances in that association? Get our young girls here. Teach them how they can do that. We have the incubation center, the Nachesasa in Namuronge, and Nariri. And I'm glad Mr. Mugas is here, though he's in NADS. But those are the agencies. We need to see that these young people, our colleagues, get in touch with, run those skills. We have an Agric here and data bank. We have Direct Development Authority here. How are they coming on board to also help these young people? Can we question them? But with the young people also, can we get out and get that information? Do we know that we have an Agric here and a data bank that is in charge of helping us know how to breed our animals? Because we grew up in families that was largely Ankore cows. But how much can an Ankore cow give you now? And we need to compete in agriculture. But we have an Agric here. They have the land. They have the embryos. They have the AI, the artificial insemination system. Our young people here, they need to run those things. We have the Direct Development Authority here. I wish Mr. Samson, the ED for DDA, and Dr. Baine were here discussing these things, hearing what these people should know. We have these agencies, and even the government puts money into them. But we, the young people, do we know what they are here for? Do we truly seek that information? We have the COVAB, Afrisa Makerere here. We have students from Makerere. They are doing other courses. But Afrisa is there in the COVAB, the other veterinary college. It's doing great work. But how many people here can access COVAB? Get that knowledge. There is a scholar. He invented something. I have in mind, there is something called 7 Ps. Prior, proper, planning, that prevents painful, poor performance. We need to get to these agencies. These agencies impart knowledge to us. And they have the facilities. They teach us how to plan. When we don't know the planning, even the commercial farming we are going into, we will not manage it. We will not. Madam Commissioner, the last time we were in Mombasa together, the Kenyans, the Honorable Ramrama is not here. The Kenyans had an issue with Uganda, the challenge related to the non-tariff barriers. You know, our government, our ministry, the non-tariff barriers that you've been imposing on our products. These young people now, they want to engage in the livestock products. But the tariff barriers that are there, they are hindering us. How are you going to solve that? You remember in Kenya, that was the question they were putting to you, the Minister of Uganda. They are failing to import here, or they're failing to do business with us because of those barriers. Can you address them as a ministry? And we, the young people, maybe, if those questions are addressed, we can get where to start from. Well, we might want to go into dairy farming. But how much is it giving us? Because we have to incur in much. Even our places where we come from, they are not favorable enough for dairy farming, and that's a fact. They are not. Mr. Manuel Cheshe is here. He knows what I'm saying. You incur in a lot. Our parents have incurred in a lot. But how much are we getting there? The reason why we are even getting out of farming, it's because of those challenges. So how can we address those challenges as a ministry? How are you going to address that? As a farmers association, Uganda National Farmers Federation, which is in charge of farming in this country, and we want these young people to get on board, but we still have such barriers. They are not addressed here. And you expect our colleagues here to join such ventures. Of course it is hard. We need to address such.
But John, before you leave that, when you said our places are not conducive for dairy farming,
yeah,
I am looking at the place you're mentioning vis-a-vis, for instance, Israel. Which one is more conducive for dairy farming, Israel or the place you're talking about?
Uganda is more conducive.
So how are the Israelites doing?
The Israelites are using, Dr. Kamganga here talked about smart climate agricultural farming.
Yes.
The Israelites have modernized in their technology. Much of the Israelites, their farming is quite different from ours.
So it is not, the problem is not the place.
The problem is not the place.
I'm glad.
We cannot handle the technology.
Because that's what I wanted to deal with, that when you say the place is not conducive for dairy farming, it literally means that no matter what you do, even if you brought Israeli technology, that place is not conducive. That's what I picked.
No, then that's not the case.
Okay. I'm glad we've resolved that.
Okay. So that point originated from the such upheavals we are having in different agricultural sectors. And before they are addressed, we the young people, it will be hard for us to get there conducive, just like our fathers did. Our fathers were too passionate. Most of them didn't go to school.
So who should address those problems?
I want to put that task to the ministry in charge of that.
And once the ministry doesn't do that, who will suffer poverty?
We are going to suffer, that's a fact.
So don't you think that the poverty we are suffering as we wait for government should create in us a desire to do whatever it takes, whether government does its job or not, to find ways of lifting ourselves out of this problem? Because you said we need to be given information. There is the bit of we need to be given information. There's also the bit of going and finding the information ourselves.
Yeah, that's a fact, Samson. And I put a disclaimer first that even if the ministry is willing, we the young people, we are not finding that zeal of going and getting what we need. We are not finding these agencies. We don't try it at our level best. So it's also a question to us. Can we develop that heart? Can we know where we should get what? Can we know who is in charge of this? Okay. Because these agencies are there. So it still comes back to us as well. Can we know? And this information is there, but we are just seated comfortably, waiting for it.
And the reason I'm saying that is taking the initiative vis-a-vis we are waiting for government. And government has so many priorities. We might wait for it. Jesus might come sooner than government deals with this. So this is why I want us to get in the idea.
Maybe now
I'm coming to that. This is why I want us to get in the idea of knowing. There's one of the African sayings here says that this is a hair in the nose. You remove it yourself. Getting off our backsides and doing what needs to be done to solve this problem, as opposed to waiting for government to come and pick us where we
Samson,
are.
that's why we are forming such forums.
Okay.
Livestock Development Forum, Dairy Farmers Network. Many forums are there to address such issues. But we cannot go an extra mile of forcing our young people to know where they are, to know what they do. Maybe they also need now to wake up, get that information, look for it on their own, and know what to do. But then I also want to ask this government, however much it is encouraging us to go into farming, there are things they need to consider. There are barriers they need to address. There are things that are hindering us, the young people, and these things must be addressed. Samson, it is when you take a step and visit here, the nearest part of Uganda, maybe in Naivasha or Nakuru, you are going to see these young people in farms. These farms are owned by the young people. Do you know why? At least their government has had that benefit. There is a benefit of doubt. It has incurred in some costs to these young people, injected in the money to their farms, made them, given them the technology systems. They are constructing the milk parlours for these young people, because here our young people have nowhere to get those funds, and our parents are not willing to even sell what they have and inject in these people to start the commercial farming which we are talking about here.
So you want this government to do that?
I want this government at least to have something that these people will appreciate.
I can assure you that for the government to do that, we might need to pray through the entire cast of Uganda Matters.
Well, let's pray for what becomes the best. I talked about something called encoding. Encoding is packaging of information. That's a communication language. Encoding. In farming, Mr. Kamganga here was talking about this Ghanaian lady who talked as making farming sexy. That lady had, I think she was talking about a magazine, a livestock magazine, that when you have a portrait of a sexy lady, then the young people will get enticed to read what is in that booklet and maybe get engaged in agriculture. Agriculture is as well part of packaging. We need to, our agencies, our ministries, our young people here, they need to find out some enticing things. Maybe you say that there are no taxes in agricultural products. These people, when they hear about that I can go trade my crops and I'm not taxed, that is something that will be pushing us to agriculture. That I have to do the packaging, branding, without being taxed and maybe sell the products. Those are things that are going to encourage us here to practice the commercial farming which you are talking about. And maybe solve the question, the SDG 2, zero hunger in the country.
There are taxes in agriculture?
On much of the products.
Okay.
And they are hindering us. They are hindering the...
But the taxes are necessary.
Well,
for the money that you want to be invested in agriculture to be able to be around.
Well, they are,
but
Samson, when things get worse, then we must find better solutions.
Okay.
There is no way you are going to have that tax on maybe pasteurized milk, and you expect a dairy farmer to go into value addition. Okay. The person will mind about how much costs I'm putting in and what am I getting in.
Okay.
Those are the things that will hinder us much.
In the next 3 minutes?
In the next 3 minutes, there are things I want to encourage our young people here. My fellow colleagues anyway, I'm a bit older than them. There are Ugandan livestock agencies in the country that we must look for. These are the sectors that have what we want, and they will support us. I talked about UWIRI when I was starting. That is the Women Association. They always have such funds. Maybe the agencies here need to incur in much. I talked about URI, the Uganda Industrial Research Institute. We need to get there, get these funds, put them into use. The parish development model has come now. We are all enticed about that. we will run for that money. But what are we going to invest in? We have the government farms are here, Madam Commissioner. They are free. They are only being given to all the people. They know who process now is taking up everything. We have the Agric land. The young people are there. They can do some small, maybe bull fattening, maybe do some rit of the breeding. Give them that land. Because it's free and it has no one to occupy it, apart from the government animals, but it's quite large. Let them use it. We have such associations, and that will develop them. But finally, I want to conclude saying this. Nothing will find us seated. We must wake up from our comfort zone, go and get what we want. No matter what age you are at, anything that is good and expensive, you must go and get that. Nothing will find you seated. I thank you.
Give him another hand clap. I don't know how many of you have gone to a supermarket. That's what we call them. They are literally grocery stores. And off those shelves where they sell seasoning, whether you've seen that seasoning brand called American. They do ketchup, they do all sorts of seasoning things. I think the Honorable Rakojo must have those in her refrigerator. Have you seen this brand? It's called American. They do dessert seasoning and a lot of things. A bottle costs about 25,000 depending on the size of the bottle. I have never seen a bottle on the shelf, seasoning shelf, of a Ishaazi. First of all, I love the stuff. I have not seen a bottle of a Ishaazi, and yet it is one of the best food seasonings I know. Now, if it is not on the shelf in Uganda, I don't know whether it is on the shelf in Kenya or anywhere in the world. If somebody does it and teaches people how to eat it globally, they will make money. That's for sure. I think at the moment we do a little, keep in the fridge, and then we repeat the process. We have not found a way of making sure that a Ishaazi can stay on the shelf for a year or 2 years, then ship it globally. Fantastic recipe. We are sitting on it. The Bible says those who have more shall be added. It is the Honorable Rakojo writing. You can tell what her next business will be. I will, once I see a Ishaazi, I will look for who is making. Then I will come and request for consultancy fees. But that's where we are. We have stuff that the world is willing to consume. It is unmarketed. A South African came here to make money from our cows. I find that painful. Some Canadian or Israeli will come here, eat Ishaazi, realize we have been sleeping on it, and they will make money from it, and the rest of us, the owners of the idea, will be looking for jobs. That's the danger we are in. Madam Commissioner, because you are the Commissioner, I'll give you a few minutes to wrap up from what you have picked here before we open the floor to questions. A few questions, then I want the chief guest to say something. We also have something to auction, I am told, because we want to get out of here with a tractor. We may not even auction, somebody can just decide to give us the tractor to some... Madam Ademun, the statement I made in the end means good evening. That statement means good evening to Zomk. Means good evening.
It means we go home.
She does speak the language, doesn't she?
You won't beat me on that one. Wow, I'm so glad that I'm here. And I'm so glad that I've listened to this. I want to thank this dear young man for putting us together. The technical, politics, everything. And we are here. Thank you for being here up to late. You said that they are Chinese restaurants, but that is superficial. Colleagues, let me tell you, friends, children, if you go to Luero, the poultry farms which are there, who is there? The big poultry farms. The pig farm, there is a pig farm in Mukono. It's being run by a Briton. Huge. And where you have to bathe in order to go there. What we call biosafety level 3 in production. And that's in the laboratory, but that is in production. So the big pig farm which is supplying all these joints is run by a Briton. The farms, there is SK, Afro. I see there an Indian person. And so on. Of course, we also work there. But let me tell you, even farming, people have realized that Uganda has very good land. There is a lot of maize. Now they have come to farm the chicken from here and take it. So that is how badly off we are. I don't want to be on the radio giving those examples, so many of them on TV.
The Bible has a statement from the Apostle Paul. He asked, "Foolish Galatians, who bewitched you?"
He's the one who has asked the question.
They asked Galatians, Ugandans are not bewitched.
So, apart from even deciding to come and do that, I was listening to the president of the UMFE, I think, and I was hearing him saying, now when they reached the marketing point, they were there. Let's convince an Indian. Let's convince an Indian. And I didn't expect that statement from there. Because I was thinking that having come from the UN, we should have now said, now I've come from the UN, you, and you, plus me, we are going to do the milk industry. But imagine what we thought is, let us convince an Indian. And indeed, the Indians, are they not there? Who decided even that we convinced them? Isn't it us? We decided. So, me, I don't want to lament. But as an old person, somehow the lamentation brings out what we are looking for. So what are we looking for today in Ishaazi? And that's why I'm very happy to be here, to have this opportunity. We may not have the money at once, or as one person, to think that that industry, that value chain, which UNFA has given us, where are we going to participate as a team of 5 of us? Where are we going to participate? And our participation is going to be different participation from the participation of our parents, who just fell in line because their grandparents had the cattle and so on. But now for us, we are going energized, thinking properly, and saying, now we are the ones who are going to package what is the name of the thing? That the white thing? Ishabe. There will be part of us will be packaging Ishabe, making sure that it is clean and it has been stamped by UBOS, UNBS, and so on. And then we are selling it. Because even our parents, those people, they managed to send us. Some of you studied in the UK. Some of you studied, and you have seen the industry there. So it is now your mind which has been tickled. And you are moving, you are able to move because you have seen your mother, your grandmother may not have even come to Kampala. They don't know what happens here. And you know, an engineer, to build a building like the one of Hotel Africana, I told you my daughter is an engineer and also my son. But they take them to Dubai to look at the buildings which are there. So that in your mind you get that conception that really a building should look like this. When you get somebody who has been in a grass-thatched house there in Ikumi, and he becomes an engineer, and suddenly you want him to think that the wall should be high like that, it becomes an imaginary thing. It is very difficult for them to do that. So it is you who has got exposure which has been paid by the peasant farmer. And it is now your team which is going to put together that. We are the ones who are hearing about Ramaphosa, about the USA. And have seen pictures, beautiful pictures of long horns of animals in maybe walking in a chain going back home. You know, the zoo is available, it's there for the asking. And what if we just package this.com people, just package and say, there is a place in Uganda, when you are coming for tourism, you just come and look at the cattle. And the cattle will not be the two in the zoo in the US. There will be that set of 200, 1,000 animals, elegant, moving, looking as if they have been washed with the oil and bathed, without ticks, and looking so beautiful. We just package and say, you come, tourism, we shall take you around, we shall drive you to see the animals, and then we organize our parents that we shall have tourists coming here, and they will pay us money. Just even to do it from the superficial point of view, before you go into the dung and whatever. So, friends, it's good to meet you. To me, I think that it is us now, it is us the young, who are there to make a change. Our parents did livestock keeping at their time, at their pace, and our president moved milk from the time we were pouring milk to put it in the milk collecting centers, and a few people have moved into making it into yogurt, ghee, and so on. But that's what it's being made there by our parents. Can we move it from there? Can we start exporting our yogurt and we start making it, or you know, it's produced, this milk is produced by a cow, which it's only grass. It has a 3-point-something butterfat content. It's like this, it's like that. When you take it, you grow. In fact, I have seen where they put, when you take that milk, you grow thin, you can lose weight and whatever. They have changed even pork to become something for losing weight, provided they write it there and people believe in these labels. You just put it there and then they believe in it. So, colleagues and friends, please let us change. Mindset change. Me, I still believe in my 80%, which I talked about, that we are all going from here. Because already, why I believe in the 80%, this is already a transformed group. By the time they are here, me, I believe they are already statistically sorted, and they are here, and their mindset has already changed. So it is very easy to tweak them, and we achieve an 80%. I don't want to shift from 80%. But friends, you see Gashumba is there waiting for me, and he wants to win me. He said it 20, but for me, I've said 80. So do you want to ally with him or with me?
We shall check this after 3 months. I'll tell you I was right.
Yes. Okay. So, but for me, I think the people have already changed and so on. So, as a Ministry of Agriculture, I am also part of Uganda. Government etuyambe. I'm not sure what I want to say, but I don't.
We want to make sure you have a job after here.
Yes.
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 So what you're saying is not going to be reported in the press.
I'm talking to the youth. I want the youth to look at the mirror and see yourself. Government, even you had the Honorable Tumwebazi giving tractors to the higher ones because we want to kusindika ashutamie so that it falls easily. Now you are the ones, you are there, but please move so that government will recognize you. If you are in the newspaper and there is a youth group here which is doing like this, and then the honorables will come quickly. They want to ally with you to show that I was with these young guys and you know they have moved to this place together with us. We will easily want to associate with the people who are already up there. But don't sit back and say we want information to be given to us and yet we took you to school to get information. Mr. Kashumba has told you, go there and get that information. Don't sit back and say the government should put up a workshop, then we shall go there and listen and get the information. Do this workshop like you've done, and then you get the information from government, from the politician, and all that. Be proactive. Don't be passive. I think I want to stop there, and thank you very much for being here. This is a big team, and if we do the 80%, I think we shall be well, good to go. Thank you very much.
Good. How many of you know Tabasco? What Tabasco is? The Honorable knows. I consume a lot of Tabasco, and I've been checking here online. I think they say in Uganda it costs about $14. Now Tabasco has been made, it is a paper source. It has been made by the Americans since 1840. It is not as if there is no kamulari in Uganda. It is also not as if there is no food engineering being taught in Makerere. And it is also not as if there is no poverty here. Why can't we? I hear akabanga is also imported. Like we cannot make paper, we have to import it. From a very big nation not far from here. We import akabanga from a giant nation. A nation the size of Rwanda sells us paper. Paper. And we are looking for jobs. The question that I will keep posing to you after here, that after the 25th day of June 2022, what did we make and put on the market? Because what we now do know is that the global food chain is a big business, but what do you put on it? It has to have demand. If it doesn't, create it. The person who made Tabasco did something very good, did their homework very well, and someday he created demand for it. It was made in the US, the demand is now in Uganda. That's how demand is. We can create something here that the Americans will eat. I believe that is possible. Because if I can eat American pepper, they can eat Ugandan something. The question is what? And who is willing to do it? What I do know, going by what you said, I think this is going to be my last statement. The people in the central part of this country, when they talk about okusindika asitamye, what they mean is that if you are pushing somebody, squatting, the chances of you taking them to the ground are higher. The government is willing to push us if we are not standing. Our challenge is to show one, to squat. Two, let the government know that we are squatting and ready to be pushed to the ground. The good thing is tonight the government is here. So beginning today, let us find ways of squatting. Take pictures of squatting, send it to the government, And the Dr. Rose here will be more than willing to come and push us while squatting. Did I hear you correctly? Fantastic. I think my day is done. I had to squat for NBS to pick me. Now I'm on demand. I have been pushed today. So who is going to pick the microphone next? Okay. You're picking it next? You want to pick it? Yes, with 100,000 shillings. I'm happy to give it to you. Or is it $1 million? So give him the mic. I want to give mics to people. I have started an auction. I want to give mics to people with the money. Give him the mic. Or I give it to the MC. We no mtwaro. You bring mtwaro and I give you a mic. If you don't have mtwaro, you give me a nyan.
I already have the mic.
Or a goat, at least. You already have the money. Mic. Okay. No, don't get on the mic without money. Where is the money?
I'm the master of ceremony.
I am the master of ceremony. Give me my 10,000 and I hand the mic back to you.
No, I own this mic now.
Sorry? You hold the mic. Can somebody give him, because I'm not going to give him mic for free.
They rather give
Can somebody give him 10,000 shillings so that he gets the mic?
No, they actually can give me 10,000. I give them the mic.
Somebody is helping you, don't worry.
20,000.
You bring the money here, don't worry.
No, you said 10. This is 20.
You bring the money. You don't know that in Uganda there is no change. We are changing in Uganda to big ask. So the 10,000 has been given. You can have the mic now, Mr. MC. I had gotten excited. Are there some 5 burning questions to be asked here and the rest on social media? 5. There will be 3 ladies and 2 gentlemen. I will, what's the word? Decentralize the power to choose who will ask, so that you can get annoyed to somebody different. 3, just pick 3 ladies and 2 gentlemen. So there is 1 gentleman left. Pick the 3 ladies.
Yes. Greetings, everyone. My question is in concern. The panelists have been telling us that the mode of this meeting is to enable us, we as youth, to gain the agriculture industry. But my question is in concern with the cost input. There's a lot of cost input in the agriculture industry. This I'll explain. I'll talk about dairy farming. Like in dairy farming, there's a lot of cost input, mainly about that high taxes that are imposed on.
Are you in dairy?
Yes, I'm in dairy farming. I'm a student, though I want to major in dairy farming. Yes.
So who of the panelists are you asking?
I'm going to ask the commissioner and our representative of government. Yes, the member of parliament.
Yes.
So my question is that the high taxes imposed on acaricides, which we have to purchase for our animals. Then on returns, we get minimum returns. This may be discouraging us from engaging much in agriculture.
Okay.
Because now the price of milk at the moment is 800 a litre, but then the input in that litre of milk is actually way too much. So we are making losses engaging in milk production.
So it's taxes?
Yeah.
Okay, so and you want that something to be done about that?
I want something to be done about it, or they can put a fixed price on the prices of milk, a higher fixed price, so that we don't have varying fixed prices over the price of milk. My name is Tumwebaze. I'm doing Bachelor of Laws at MOOC.
That one seems to be taxes vis-a-vis where they are levied. Isn't that talking something called parliament? I don't know. I just hear the things. Who else? Keep your questions short so we can take a few.
Because the hands are many, maybe they also pay. I know, let me go behind to be...
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Brian Rakijuma, a student of food science, engineering, processing technology, Chambogo, 4th year. So I appreciate the fact that we are talking about production and some people are talking about prices. Yet we can turn an 800 shilling litre into a 2,000 shilling litre. If at the same time when we're talking about production, we should be talking about post-harvest handling of milk, post-harvest handling of meat, animal welfare. Government should be answering us those questions. Because currently I'm doing a research in cold chain handling in 16 cities of Uganda. I'm surprised by mapping. I found one cold chain warehouse in Fort Portal. There is no cold chain warehouse in Arua. So if there is production and there is no post-harvest handling, so even if we're in scarcity, we can still sell. What are we planning about?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. You said you are a student of?
Food science, engineering, processing technology.
That university that has a faculty that has not put a product on the market. By the way, Chambogo is a university that teaches engineering with roads that have potholes. I don't know where you do your coursework, but there's a lady behind there.
Ladies now.
I think your coursework should be done on your roads.
Thank you very much. I'm called Juliet. I'm a student of electrical engineering here for Chambogo University. Yes. Yeah, surprisingly, we also lack power when we have the engineers. But I want to thank everyone for participating, for coming, and for learning. I hope we do practical part of it, because as scientists, projects and everything, we are more practical. I raised my hand largely to give my brother a chance. I couldn't ask what he wanted to ask, but I knew it was burning on his side.
So
Thank you.
So you are done. Okay. Right.
And not counted. Now, the gentlemen are done, and now...
The gentleman here will be the last. This one I have chosen him using my veto powers. Yes, choose.
But not ready now.
Sorry?
You should come last.
No, he will come last.
3 ladies. It's a question of choice.
The other one was asking for a gentleman. What relationship they have, I don't know.
Well, protocol observed. I thank you for participation. One thing I've noticed in this, yes, we must strengthen the institutional base of agriculture. Mr. Samson Kasumba asked a question that did not get a clear answer from Honorable Robina. Yes, we are going to put in efforts in starting the agriculture, but where are we going to get capital from? He asked, are there funds in government?
Parish development model.
Exactly.
Youth livelihood fund.
Exactly.
Bank.
Now, my question is one. Kindly, Honorable Robina, tell us the channels one can go through to access those funds to fund the agriculture. Another thing, now this goes to to Dr. Rose. If we are to get the technical part of it, like the tractors and what, I'm also kind of inquiring, how can we go through that so that we access the support we need?
Let me attempt to answer your question using the knowledge I know as somebody involved in the media. If you create a circle of educated young people, as Ishaazi has, and you make enough noise using the right connections, it is very possible for somebody to come and put money in that circle. Depending on how you time seasons in this country, there are some good seasons and some bad ones. I think there is a season going around. There is a good season going around. You can tap into that season and get money in your circle, which will even be interest-free. He who has ears, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. And they said, Amen. There's another question. But the question wasn't mine. Me, I was telling you what I see in the news and how money ends up in circles very easily. And sometimes most of these circles are created when the person giving the money is on the way coming. It is shared and then it vanishes. I think he has. Haven't you heard these stories? Me, I've covered those stories. A visitor is coming on the way to the event, a circle is created, 300 million lands in it. By the time the visitor reaches his destination, the circle has vanished and the money. This mic does not like Vashambo.
Thank you so much. My name is Mpilira Winkafudeka. I am a pilot by profession and so passionate about my culture, which I think includes agriculture. Like any other industry, I think we go for agriculture for different reasons. As some may go for agriculture because it is a passion, there are those that will go because they want to earn from it. So we are having two people, one going for agriculture for passion, but we lack guidance. Personally, I have what I love, and I would want to identify as someone, but you come back home and you find your parents are kind of putting protective measures from something that you're supposed to be doing. So how are our parents going to help us not to forget our culture? They look at agriculture, those are people who are doing livestock and farming, as something that includes a lot of heavy work, and they want to protect you from it and leave it for a certain group of people. By the end of the day, we are missing out, because as much as I fly planes, I would want to come back home and identify as a Mhima, Narshom Nyankole, or Kumanye Bishemekwaninko. So our parents willing to to train us or make us grounded as much as we want to succeed in other areas. And then the other side of people who are going to do agriculture because they want to earn from it. We have had a number of projects going on, but surprisingly, when you go back to the village, some people will tell you they're green about that. They have not had such projects going on. So how are people who are here today going to help to sensitize, especially for youth in the village, to know that there are projects willing to help them to grow and get better in agriculture? Thank you.
Okay, the gentleman there. If you have a question that is in exactly 20 seconds, I'll give you a mic.
Thank you. Maybe I will need to introduce myself before I ask. And I have two things. I have observation I wanted to make, and
No, I had not even recognized you. Now I do.
because there is COVID, so we must be very sensitive. I'm called Emmanuel Mwesiga Chishe. I'm a parent. I'm a peasant farmer. I'm very much pleased to be here to attend this meeting. Actually, in the first instance, I wanted to apologize for coming late because I was aware of the time of this meeting, but due to unavoidable circumstances or events, I was held up there, but I struggled and see that I must reach. And I'm happy that I have found at least the topic or the theme, I don't know how you call it, because me, I'm not well educated. It goes as youth involvement in modern innovation, innovative commercial agriculture for economic transformation. So in my short and brief language of understanding, I may say it is how youth can be involved in modern commercial agriculture. I don't want to discuss much because time has already gone, but there are two observations I wanted to make rather. One is, what is commercial? What is commercial? What is modern? Because when we talk about commercial, it involves making some profits, trading, gaining some profits. That's when you will say this thing is commercial. If farming is to be commercial, it cannot be commercial when it is actually operating in deficit. So when you are encouraging these guys to join farming, when farming actually is getting into, I don't know what economic term I would use, but actually it is operating in deficit, I don't know how you are going to convince them to join farming. Why am I saying this? I'm very glad that Commissioner is here. And she knows me, I know her. We have been squeezing, fighting, and doing everything on two issues. One is the issue of diseases, FMD. This is the person. I wonder, how can you convince these guys to join? Me, I'm almost abandoning farming, but I don't know, I don't have an alternative where to go. Otherwise, if I had an alternative, I would have left long ago. Why? And I'm not discouraging you. I'm not discouraging you, but this is the fact. How come that you can engage a quarantine for 2 years or for whatever period of time on a farmer who depends on sales of the farm products like milk, meat, and ghee and whatever, and even the animals. And you say, no, you are not going to sell these animals until this disease is over, when actually government has failed to bring the vaccine in time. That's one. Two, the Ryeitu has brought, when they have tried to actually to bring that vaccine, it's not even enough. Three, when they engage a vaccine, they are the doctors. They know how the animals suffer with that disease. They don't give us any treatment. They expect us to treat our animals without selling our animals. They expect us to treat our animals without selling their products. They expect us to survive our normal life without gaining anything. And you are telling these guys to invest in that enterprise and do what? How about if FMD comes with a business survive? Is it enough? Rather, is it enticing enough to convince or to entice or to inspire these guys to join? I don't know if it's a well-stated question, but that's how I have asked it. Two, I have introduced myself as a peasant farmer. A peasant farmer. And I have a reason why I'm calling myself a peasant. It shines on me, it rains on me. Everything finds me there on my animals. But it's very, very, very painful. Very painful. When I have milked my cow, and I wait for somebody to come and tell me, today I'm giving you so much. Can you imagine? When I have put everything there. Now, how, I have never seen any business kind of, that where the seller, if I may call it that one, waiting for the customer or for the buyer to come and give the price. Can you call that one a business? For instance, if there is fuel people, the oil people, put their fuel in the fuel station, that when we come and we say, today we are giving you this, will they be standing really? Now this is what happens to to the farming. Now, I want to, I don't know who,
and while all that happens,
I don't know whom I should address it to, but let me
put this here. While all that happens, that your milk, you the owners of the milk don't determine the price. There are then those who punish you by saying, muri muchintu. So if abari muchintu are suffering like that, you can imagine abatachirimu.
Then that means there is no one in Muchintu. That means there is no one in Muchintu. We are all out of Chintu. We are all out of Chintu. So I was actually trying to gauge my question and see where should I address it, to the commissioner or the honorable member of parliament, or both they can share.
Like one of my teachers used to say, you address it to both of them too.
Yes. Now, they are very well knowing that farming is done by people who are not educated. Actually, the illiterate people. We are just getting these children of ours. These are the new products. They happen to change the farming. But the people active in farming, they are illiterate. Now, we need to have a cost of production of 1 liter. And the person in farming is unable, is incapacitated actually, to calculate the cost input. Now, all our eyes on them to help us and at least carry out a research and calculate the cost input for producing 1 liter. Now, if you have never come up with that thing, how do you expect milk to have a baseline price? Now, the third question is, I don't know whether the parliament is aware that the investors or the processors who are supposed to be buying milk from the cooperatives, because they are the ones who are actually designed that cooperative movement to develop farmers, because they are saying it is the cooperative movement that will help farmers to transform, actually to achieve that modern farming, that commercial farming. Now, here is our cooperative. There is a processor who buys milk from the cooperative to process it and take it to the market. But fun of it, the processor comes and establishes a retail milk collecting center beside the cooperative, giving a price slightly above than what it gives to cooperative. How do you expect farmers to keep in their cooperatives when they are just getting little price than what processor is offering? That's a direct killing of cooperatives. And the people are silent about it. I'm saying people are silent. They know which people I'm talking about. People are silent. Those who should be talking, our legislators.
Thank you very much. They will answer.
I'm sorry, Honorable. I'm not.
No, she talks because she is also
I'm not intending actually
in the business.
To insult you, I'm not insulting anyway. But the problem is language. I'm short of vocabulary. I don't have humble words that I would use to express my feeling. Otherwise, I would have used that one. Commissioner, you know me, I know you. I don't want to go any further. But then I'm asking, if I were to ask actually, before you ask these ones, what measure have you put to convince these guys to join farming as a business? And what measure have you put to make farming a business? And last question is, are you aware of what I have talked as challenges of farming? If you are aware, what have you done about it?
I have heard a rumor that the chief guest wanted to leave 1.5 hours ago. He's supposed to? Well, I don't own his time. When he's not around, when you become a chief guest, you will understand how chief guests operate. Because I have been one, I know how chief guests operate. So I do not know the owners of the program what you are going to do in making sure that the chief guest is here to the end of the function. But what I do know is that my time moderating the function finished. So I want to officially hand over these responsibilities to the MC. Mr. MC.
We are done. We are done with the questions.
The responsibility is now yours. Let me go and rest this aging back.
But they need to answer.
Sorry?
They need to answer.
Oh, they need to answer. I think most of the questions were the commissioners.
Thank you very much for these brilliant questions. They'll help us to wrap up our thinking, and they will make a decision whether we move forward or not. The cost, Tumuebaze asked, the cost input is very high and the taxes are high. I want us to first look at ourselves that as a country, we may not be producing disaccharides. Therefore, the cost depends on the fact that they are produced from wherever, and they are transported, and then they will reach retail, and so on. But I want to give hope that because of these issues, usually an answer comes, or people work towards something because of a reason. Right now, I can tell you that there are 4 industries in Uganda that are producing inputs, at least in animal health. There are many others which are producing feeds and whatever, but in animal health, there are industries that are growing. There is Sangavet Limited, which is producing acaricides. So the fact that somebody is going to bring items in bulk is going to reduce this. And like they told us that don't look for magic bullet. This issue of high inputs, high cost of the inputs has been there, and people are resolving it. And people usually, when there is demand, then the response is also there. Supply and demand. So Ugandans have already started responding to the fact that there are many things that have a very high input, and they are working on it. So the taxes are not something which you can say, force government to reduce taxes or force government to control prices. I want to answer the question of prices as well. It is supply and demand, and colleagues and friends, I think this is an open world. I don't know whether I have competence to answer this question, but there is no way we can fix a cost of an item. That's my thinking. I may not be right. Because everything is supply and demand. In the value chain, like my friend here has talked about, the processors have decided to put their own milk collecting centers, and they are offering different prices. So I want, friend, that you listen very well, in my opinion, that it is only, you cannot do something every day in the similar way and you expect a change. I think we have to do something in a different way so that we get a change. I have heard all those things. The government is not caring about us. The prices are what? But where are we going to push our government? Is it government that can set prices? And is it government that should set prices for milk only? And what about if the people for Matoke also say the government should set the batch of Matoke should be 20,000, whether it is in peak or not? Me, I don't think this is the case. I am not an economist. I am just a veterinarian. So I think that we have to go back, look at the mirror and see yourself. And see, so now if government does not fix the prices, and I think government cannot, what can I do as the farmer? And I think this is an answer. This group here is going to farm differently from you. Because they are going to say, this team of people seated here, you'll be in the processing. Go and ask for a loan and we do processing. So this team will do processing. The other team will do production. The other team will do this. And we will be, as Ishaazi, Ryeitu, have our Ryeitu and do our own work. And let us see who will come and cheat us within our value chain. I think you are not here when I was telling the Farmer Association, Unfe, that they were producing their milk and doing everything. Then at a point, they said, we should now convince an Indian to be the one to process. Why do you convince an Indian to be the one to process? Why not this team in table 1 to do the processing? And then the one in table 2 to do the production. And then the other group to do, so that we line up ourselves in that value chain. Why are we complaining about the Indian? Why are you not the one who is doing the processing? Why do we want the Indian to do the processing? And why not you? So that we can see and check how you cheat us. Why are you not moving from there? Who prescribed that you should be only in farming and not in processing? Who said so? So for me, I think this team here is going to do work differently, and it is that different work which is going to move us from where we are. Otherwise, putting up strikes, putting up roadblocks that you must fix the prices cannot work. That is my opinion, and I'm not an economist. Brian said post-harvest handling. I don't think there's a nation that has done as government more than us. The president started from long ago when people were pouring milk in Ankole region and put their milk collecting centers. But even there were milk collecting centers even earlier. They are being renovated. And we have moved from Ankole. We now have, I know when I go to factions, I get yogurt there. We were not there. So that is processing and increasing the shelf life of milk. Can't we move further than that? And we had already talked about export. This team, you have taken them with your selling of that milk, which you are complaining has low prices. These children here, some of them have studied abroad, and they have seen things outside there. They are the team that can now say, we can sell our milk to the US. We are going to put a unit which is foolproof from production to processing, and an American can come and check from there and offer us a better price. And we don't say, may I produce and force people to take at a certain price. I don't think that is going to answer our questions. So there is a place where there is no cold chain in Arua, and there is one cold chain. This team is going to have that we are in Fort Portal and we are producing milk, and we are going to write to the minister, walk to his office, and demand for a cold chain. If there is no demand from you, how can you just sit back there and say that there is no cold chain? The cold chain, if you check the distribution of cold chain in this country, is where the milk is. So if you know the milk is there, then you demand for the cold chain. You can even say, now for us, we don't want government cold chains. They will delay to give us. We are going to get a loan to get our cold chain and move on. That is my thinking. So I don't think somebody is just going to say in this country, and you are leading from Kampala here or Entebbe, where the State House is, and then you start knowing that Fort Portal has one cold chain, and so on. It is demand driven. The capital channels have been responded to. We really have to go, and I think she asked where she has an answer, because even you can Google and say, how can I get this in Uganda, and then it can be there. How do we get tractors? I think let me leave this question to the guests of honor, and the pilot passion. Friends, I want to say like this, that most of the time we can tell you young people that please go into agriculture, and then probably Dr. Demun herself is not there, but we are pushing our children there. I don't want to say that stop looking for a job and just go straight from the college and you go to farming. I want our country to move into a point where farming becomes attractive. I'm not going to use the word sexy. It is going to become attractive. By this team, when we sit down and make people, our colleagues coming out of university, find us doing very well in the milk industry, doing very well in the beef industry. And then they say, but why am I going to look for a job of for 700,000? It is now this team. Mindset change is not a silver bullet, is not an overnight. It is now this team which comes from him, Mr. Emmanuel. You were there with your farming and your speed and complaining and whatever. This team is now ready to change. They are now going to start agriculture and farming in a commercial way, whereby now they are accessing markets and not waiting for somebody to come and market for you your product. We will be farmers with the young ones, including me. I will be in the push as an old person pushing the team, which will now be a success team, moving from packing milk in a 1 liter to packaging products that are going to go to international markets where there is a higher price. These are people who are going to, we had already talked about just even tourism and bringing them to your farm, Mwesije, to your farm and showing tourists that they are Ankole here. Why is somebody else advertising Ankole and we are not doing it? Just even .com before you even touch on the cow dung or in the milk. So we are going to change, and this is the team change. Emmanuel, I'm going to answer you. What is the commercial, or what is commercial and what is modern? We are operating in a deficit, and I am telling you, this team is going to remove themselves from the deficit by making sure that they are not doing, because it is very easy, as government we are on the pedal stand. You see us up there is Dr. Demun. And everybody's, look at her, she doesn't give us FMD vaccine, she doesn't do whatever. But this team is going to make sure that if my neighbor brings a cow at night which has foot and mouth disease, I will walk to Dr. Demun, I will walk to DVO Kirura and tell him that that neighbor is the one who has brought the animals that is spreading the disease. 2 years of disease is not the desire of the commissioner. It is because, again, before you want to remove the quarantine restriction, there's an outbreak here. There's an outbreak there. There's an outbreak there. So it is not that you enjoy having a quarantine restriction. Quarantine restriction is there because there is foot and mouth disease in the place. Do we now relax and say, okay, Because that can be an option. Do nothing. That let's now relax, let there be FMD, and let's wallow in our FMD and move our milk nowhere. We are now highly producing milk. So we want our milk, our food, our meat to move out of our status where we are giving selling meat at $3, and yet we could access meat a market of $12. But because we are wallowing in FMD, and we think that waking up every day to blame Dr. Demun is going to help us, and yet you are the one who knows the neighbor who even brought the animals. You are the very one who will bring the cows at night for the dowry. You are the very one. But because you did it at night, the only person whom you can blame is Dr. Demun. Dr. Demun has never gone to bring FMD in the area. It is you and your neighbor whom you know. And then you hide that information from the authorities because it is very easy to blame the authorities. But that does not change the status. So this team, Ryeitu, is a change team. We are not going to listen to you people. We are going in front. Younger people, we are going ahead. Thank you very much. I think let me stop there. I've been informed about time. We can have this debate further, but I'm a very willing commissioner to have this debate, and maybe the debate is going to help us to look at ourselves in the mirror and see how we can change. People who are illiterate are the ones that are doing farming. And let me tell you, in Ishaazi, we are the young ones. We are changing, and we are not illiterate, and we have come here to this meeting. We are looking for change, and we are going to change. Chibalo, the Ministry of Agriculture, especially NAGRIC, already did this Kibalo of how much you input, how much milk you can get, and so on. You can get this information. It was displayed properly in big banners during the opening of a parish development model, which was presided by the president, and the Chibalo is there. If you want Chibalo, you will get it. So colleagues, friends, I love you so much. I'm from a farming community personally, and so I know what production of milk and whatever is. And as a veterinarian, it's my passion. I don't want people to change. We had this debate with Kashumba. I don't know, I think with him. I don't want, let us not, okay, we can diversify, but let me tell you, if we change all the land in Ankole and we put there coffee, ourselves we shall be at a disadvantage. Let's strengthen ourselves where we excel, where we belong, where we have been moving from, and then we shall move. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your wonderful input. The presenters and the audience, the questions that you asked, everything was so relevant. What I think is that this meeting is part of a beginning for us to see change. All these questions that you're asking, the questions that annoy you, are questions that have annoyed all of us. And I'm glad that that sort of reaction comes up and forces you to come up with a group like this and with a meeting like this where you can discuss it. The good thing is that all of you here in this room are able to have this change manifested, and it can be done. I have been also complaining in Gomba and asking those people, why is, okay, we know that normally during the dry season, our milk rises in prices. And then during the rainy season, it goes down because the supply is a lot. But all the same, we don't like that. So I kept saying, why can't we get together and say we are not going to sell our milk until we get the prices that we want. But you can't do that. People won't accept because they'll say, this one is saying it because they have enough milk. This one, they are not looking at me who has very little and I need every penny that I'm getting from it. You can't get people to work in unison. They won't do that. But if we were to get to that point and say, take back your coolers, there's no milk getting out of this place for a week until you give us our price, maybe we'd get a price like that. Because when you come to the supermarkets here, the milk is at 3.2 for a pint, and they get it from you at, you said 800, for us it's even 700 now. It had gone to 1.2, then it went down to 700. But when you think about how much you put in, it is painful, it's depressing, you don't even want to calculate it. It's like it's a business that really is draining you. And of course, also we found that acaricides that were coming into the country had been, well, they were fake in a way, but we were given the history by the president when he was talking about it. Some people who are not patriotic did this, and I think this has led to initiatives like that of Mr. Enos Tumsime, from whom I want to commend him for coming up with his factory and the Sanga products, and I hope that we shall see relief in this regard. So it is something that affects all of us. Unless we all put our efforts together, we cannot come up with better prices, but it's difficult to say that the government should fix a particular price for milk. It just is supply and demand driven. On how you can get funds, you can, well, I wouldn't expect you to go to a bank now, no. But at your level, you can form groups, you can form circles, you can join cooperatives, you can form cooperatives. In the villages, what they normally do is to form a group that will get, you have to have a certificate from the sub-county at Gombora level. Then you have one for the district. You have a constitution. You guys, can we have one meeting? You have a constitution of that group. You have minutes of one meeting. You have a list of the members and their telephone numbers. And you have a proposal showing where you are, what you have done, and where you intend. Like maybe we have an acre of land that we have rented, or we own half an acre of land, we have this number of animals there, and we have like some houses where we've kept the animals. We plan on doing this and this in this month. We request that you advance us this amount of money. And we normally collect those documents from those groups and take them to the ministries to lobby for them. The ministry, which is headed by Honorable Alice Kaboyo, gives money to these groups. We've been getting money as much as 10,000 for a group, and they do a lot from that money, you know, and it helps them to develop. The circles also get money, and so do the cooperatives. The cooperatives even get equipment. They get lorries, they get milk cooling plants, but unless you get together, I forgot to mention that you have to have a bank account. Because when they give you that money, they channel it through the bank account. They won't give it to you just to put in your personal account. And the name of the group should be the same name on that bank account. If it is Chirhura Young Farmers Association, the bank account should read the same. It shouldn't be in different names. So sensitization on how you do this, how you acquire this financing would help very much. Getting together as a group of people that trust one another, because if you get somebody who will end up using up your money, or who will over-dominate all of you, you could also have a disadvantage. And then you have, say, passion around the same sort of objective, because you have to state your objectives. So the money is there. They've been giving the youth money through the YLP program in Ministry of Gender, and it's been coming down to the districts. The problem is paying back. The money is not a gift. It is supposed to be a fund that rotates. When they give it to you and you use it, pay it back. The ladies normally pay back at a better rate than the guys, The guys in the villages, when they get the money, they first marry another wife, things like that. But the women normally spend it on paying school fees and uplifting the family. And the money, and they've done well. So Emioga also gave people money. Parish development model, there's money in that. And if you can join those groups there, you'll get 100 million for the parish, honestly, you people. All of you come from some parish because your villages are part of that parish. You can't fail to benefit if you want to. So government has done its work. The money is there. How you access it, if you care to, you'll get it. But you have to form those groups and they have to have those accounts. And you must sit really and have meetings. You must have meetings so that the work you're doing as a group is actually factual. Because sometimes when these people come to assess before they give you the money, you find they're asking the members, what's the name of the group? And somebody is saying, what is that? You're asking, like I'm asking him, we're in the same group, and these guys who are supposed to give us the money are there watching. Then they start asking, who is your chairperson? Samson Tuatahoa. They are watching you. Why would I give you my money if you're not that serious, you know? So we also have to be serious to ensure that we can get this money advanced to us. Mpiriwa asked about culture. I think if you try to convince your parents that there is no way you can do away with your culture, and you showed them that you have come to modernize it, you're going to use the ideas that they used to use, but you can make things faster. Like I was talking about record keeping. I think the gentleman who referred to himself as a villager, this PhD villager, anyway, he had very good ideas, but he was talking about using your phones to do certain transactions, and you could do those as part of improving on the farm work, but still maintaining your culture. There are aspects of your culture that you won't lose. You definitely won't lose them. But you have to modernize because society is not static, like law isn't static. Things change according to the needs of society. So you'll find some of the things that used to be done are no longer done. You may find you have to preserve them in your own way, whether in a museum or whatever it is, like has been done in Igongo. There are certain things you're going to find phasing out, but it doesn't mean that you can't maintain some of them. So you have to see cleverly how you can do it. But I would encourage that parents should be sensitized to allow their children to participate. I think the commissioner really largely answered the rest of the questions, but Parliament hasn't been silent about the suffering of the farmers. We have raised it even since the last Parliament. I remember I came out with the Honorable Shia Mwine to raise this concern, and whenever the budget process is coming up, we try to put in a lot, but I don't know how the crops actually end up getting more in terms of, maybe it's because the population is bigger, in terms of pesticides and what. And the other day when HE was talking on the budget, on the State of the Nation address, he said if you're a farmer, you should be able to afford your own acaricides and all that. But anyway, we are going to debate that during, when Parliament opens. So that's the time when we shall articulate those views and see how to discuss it and what we come up with. We are not silent about it. We know how you're suffering. We suffer the same too, and it's very annoying. And yet, there's a lot of revenue that is generated from the cattle corridor. Then, like the commissioner was saying, we have to be patriotic and to be disciplined. When it comes to foot and mouth disease and its spread, we are the key culprits because we don't care. Somebody brings cows from Tanzania because they are cheap and he needs to make some profit and you keep quiet. I remember in Gomba, there's a time when the RDC, she was very strict. I think she went to Kazo now. Somebody brought in 52 cows. They were sick. She made him put them back onto the truck and take them away. You know, it was like return to sender. But if you don't take such strict measures, then make sure go and you treat those cows before the disease spreads elsewhere, then it will continue. I don't know those of you, you must know Akagari, coming from Zimbabwe, coming into Chai. People used to bring cows through that, or they still do. Was akuta home police tenant, so it doesn't hurt him. But who wants to? So the cows will continue passing there. So, yeah, so the thing is, unless we put in some extra effort and make sure that something happens, I mean, it will continue happening. I'm not saying your dad should go and stand there, but get serious people to go there. The policeman won't care. He has nothing to lose. My time is up.
Nashaba mu kigambo muri nyankore cy'urege ekyokubanza ente zimu kuzibira kuhana no kutwara niyo business yitu ningo kuma kunya kumayemereza okimportinga emyenda nebindi rero ngimo mujware yes ntobana kugambira hati nyo kunguza nyowe manuyi ezende nizije ninzireka aha bwenki ahabo ko mu comment zeitu turwareze ninyenda kutunda ente ziyo nicweke ndimi nifa nawe tumushubuze muguzente ngungabo nombazi kunguba ndi yakina atakushanga ngandika mukumira ninye narika kujimuguza nimureka narabo.
Yeah, the conversation is getting more warm, and we need to jump to other things because we just have 22 minutes to get out of this place. But my teacher is in the building, and there is no way I can deny my teacher a chance to communicate just in a minute because I need those bucks.
Thank you, my student. I have a concern with my chairman because the reality he faces dampens the mood of the future, whether you accept it or not. The spirit we were looking for in this generation is to do things differently from how we did them. But I also want to thank him because in this fight, you can testify, I'm sure you also testify, he has been very fundamental in Chirhura, kujumirra ebituri kukora. I am not surprised he is here. But the reality you faced, we need new solutions. I can't discourage these young people to visualize how best can we overcome the deficits that we get on our farms. But you also remember, I want them to return home because let's take an example of what happened recently on formation of a dairy union in Chirhura. People sideline, they are characterizing individuals in the fight, and they refuse to back somebody who's proposing a fundamental solution, which I think you have been trying to do. So acting in unison is not a behavior that is very well known down there. We need to agree that self-mobilization, self-organization, self-identification, if there is no money in milk, why are Indians coming here? Why? And if my student of development, why won't you mobilize? You are the one giving the kuras, you are giving the advice. Then we pull the resources, start small and grow big. I am expecting this team basically not to return to the complaints because no matter what you tell government, it has a program. Yes, they should help us, but the truth is that they have too much to deal with. But we are concentrated. We are dealing in dairy. We are dealing in our animals. He proposed a virtue market. You don't have to sell and carry cows on the truck. We can invest in mobile slaughterhouses so that cows do not have to move from one farm to another. Now there is one tricky thing. Our tradition, that one can be a problem, but we can find a solution for it. But what I know that you want the time and the guest of honor, but this is part of his problem. The truth is, this generation, Ishaazi, let's this Ishaazi be Ishaazi for innovating, like the theme is saying, innovating. A young lady said the parents will discourage him to do blah, 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 blah. But do we have a right to change the perception of our parents? Do we? Somebody said no. We have a right. Otherwise, we will remain in the past. You can't think in the 19th century and create solutions for the 21st century. That's the reality. I know that when I get out of here, it is a problem. But the truth is, we have to face that. You acting in unison, you start selling, collecting center. Honorable, I disagree with you. Actually, we should not hold our milk at home. We actually should mobilize to create correction centers. We should mobilize, and you legislate in Parliament such that hindu batakaza ombyaro correcting amatag bagihaha correction centers. So, Honorable Mugasi, when we have the correction centers at every sub-county that are self-sufficient, actually our milk can go up to the parish level, because the parishes, we have sufficient milk to boost 10,000, 5,000, 50,000 liters per parish. Then if we can't, the next step is to work with you to make sure that a collection center returns into a processing center that is owned by. Then from there, it goes to a processing center. 500,000 liters of milk that come from Nkore, from Chirhura, is sufficient to leave Rushere directly to Algeria for sale. But we have to change here, saying, since it is Chishe talking, I am not going there. You've been calling meetings and people don't turn up for solving the similar problem. Since it is Chishe, there's somebody who has more cows and who has more blah, blah, blah. So he's the one going to lead this union. But when he goes into the union, he has no patriotic spirit and the union goes down. So either we want the truth. The idea of we are operating on deficit is a lie. It is the practices that lead us to the deficit. Otherwise, there is a question of where they ask, why does so and so succeed and then the other fail? We have to change the methods. And this is the guerrilla warfare that I advocate for. Piece by piece, learning block by block. And it begins with Ishaazi. I like the idea, by the way. Let's put these issues, split them in our Ishaazi at home, and build something that is tangible. You can start alone. There is a spirit that I have seen this man doing. I'm sorry. The spirit I have seen this young man doing. He has hit every office. When he came to my office, he forced me to take a selfie with him to show the members. There must be one leader. There must be somebody who is willing to collect a force, a crystallization. Even Jesus was alone and collected 72. They left him. They remained 12. By the time he was on the cross, he was.
Wow. I think there are more reasons now to increase teachers' salaries after such kind of answer. Thank you so much. I want to thank you so much, our panelists, for sharing patent stories and ideas that inspire. I want to assure you, Samson and Commissioner, either way, 20%, 80%, we are all there. I also want to thank Samson. Thank you so much for your winsome moderation. We are always inspired, and even today you've made it even more better. We need to rush. We have a few minutes to leave here. The director, Ishaazi Foundation, has a small communication. Then I invite Carol to do auctioning, and we get to the next program, and we call it a day. Thank you so much. In 1 minute.
It's not a communication. Dr. Rose, in my submission, I was respecting the presence of the chairman, Ishaazi Sako, but you almost lost hope that as if we don't have any project. No, we do. We've, in just 8 months, we've purchased 2 pieces of land, one in Mukono, purposely to construct our premises or offices. Then we purchased another land in Kakumiro, purposely to put mushroom project, passion fruits, and pineapples. And on this, we have a deficit of 9 million to complete. I think we are given 3 months. The chairman will clarify more on that in his communication. So this land, we want to do agricultural projects purposely, and we need your help. Give us a hand so that this project can be implemented. So I wanted to just instill hope in you and Honorable Robina that we are doing something under agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our ED. Allow me at this moment invite Carol to do the selling. She purchases. Let me leave it at that.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Hello. Is the session effective? Have you learned something? Did you learn anything? Once again, my name is Akamumpa Caroline Bwankazi. I'm the secretary of Ishaazi Foundation. I work with 2 companies, AgriTrack. It's part of agriculture. It deals with industrial spares. Then WorldTech deals with fabrication. Those are the 2 companies I work with. I'm here as a marketeer, Chitunzi, right? I'm going to do the selling. Hello? Are we okay? Those who are too much hungry, you can wait a bit. The waitresses are doing some good job. I can see some faces are not happy, but where are my ladies? We have 2 things here, 2 gifts here, and we don't want them to stay. We don't want to stay with them. We must give them to you. And we are going to have 2 lucky winners in the house. 2 lucky winners. And one, we are going to do a certain practice. You cannot buy something that you don't know how it feels. You cannot buy something that you don't know how heavy it is. You know, you must feel it. And if you know it didn't come with your feelings, borrow from your neighbor, but you must feel that what we are going to sell. If you forgot the feelings home, borrow from your neighbor, but we are going to feel what you're going to buy, because you can't buy something that you've not felt, right? So I have 2 ladies here. We are going to pass around, and we need your feelings. And we don't really need your feelings only, but you're going to feel with a price. You're going to feel with something, right? So my question is now one. Can we determine a certain price, or we let everyone put whatever he has? I just need... According to his feelings. Okay, that feelings are so different, so let everyone feel according to your feelings. If your feelings are too high, you can pay a certain price. If you didn't come with any feeling at all, someone is going to borrow you, and that's how you will pay. Thank you so much. Let's not waste a lot of time. We are going to start from here. Yes, we are going to start from here. You're going to feel the 2 gifts on only one price. You don't need to pay. You don't need to pay. You get an envelope. Wow. No one with an envelope? I can use my bag. It's okay. No, I can empty my bag, then you use it. Or we have an envelope here. Okay. No, yes? No, you're feeling like both at only one cost. Yes, at once. We don't want to waste a lot of time. We are on our guests' table. Mr. Samson, you don't have feelings? Really? They died. I can borrow you. because I think I have many. Yes, my girls are doing something good. You can prepare how your feelings are, because at any time the girls are coming too. I just want you to feel what you're going to buy, because careful, yes, thank you. Orayanje kufiringa mungambiri. Orayanje kufiringa umungambiri. Let's do the exercise very cheap. Chop. Yes. Twende feeling. Nawe kwenda kunyaga ngo ine kashi kandi sumu yarara atunkoko no mukorati kandi ine feelings. Yes. Nabajya mu feeling bidabo mureke ku feeling abeshyi banje. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the work you're doing. Thank you so much, Edgar. May God bless you. Meanwhile, as the exercise is going on, we have some people trying to serve tea. And when these people reach out to you, just give them your coupon and you tell them what you want. Bantumwe tukwate shaha, because we have this exercise for only 5 minutes and we want to be done. I'm trying. Thank you so much. Let's do other exercise. Chap. Chairman Sako, let's see how big your feelings are. Secretary Sako, I know the suit has the feelings. Wow. Otherwise, Twabashemera, our dear guests, you've really done us well, and we would like to say we've really learned from whatever you said from here, and we would really love to appreciate you for honoring our invitations. Thank you so much in this busy schedule, because we understand everyone is busy, but you gave us some little time. It's not actually little, but you've given us your day. Thank you so much. May God really bless you. My girls, how far? Chap chap, because the exercise must take.
Then the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Industry, then Uganda National Farmers Federation, can you recall it? Then
thank you so much. We really appreciate the work that you're doing. We appreciate our partners, our Ryeitu Industries Uganda Limited, and the CEO of Ryeitu Industry Uganda Limited is here. He can wave to us. Wow. Thank you so much for being our good friend and for allowing our partnership. May God really, really bless you. Then we have People's Talk. That is Kaguta Foundation. And we have a representative. He can also wave to us. People's Talk, Kaguta Foundation, for those that have been seeing it at Instagram, and the owner of this banner. So really thank you so much for allowing our partnership. Then we have Uganda National Farmers Federation. Thank you so much for allowing our partnership. May God really, really bless you. Then we have MAAIF, that is Ministry of Agriculture. Yes, thank you for the correction. And thank you for allowing us to partner with you. May God really bless you. Apparently, then we have also LDF. Thank you so much. May God really bless you. So we have these gifts right now, and I really want them to go with you. And trust me, whatever, how heavy it is, really, if you've attached your feelings to this, you would really want to take it. So I just want any one of you who would wish to take it for herself or for anyone else, with a price. Oh, I can put a price. I can dictate. Can I dictate? Tena ukura na cheyendeza. Hello? Nabasa kuchingurira kuna nakola je real. If I've done you good, you can buy it to me. Our guests are also attaching their feelings to. Yes, I have a hand here. We are starting with this one. Hello? Okay, at my 50,000, I'm starting. I've opened up. We want only 2 winners. Okay, we want 2 competitors. We are going to start with this one. We want 2 competitors. One must take it. We are going to open up 2 accounts, and one account must take the highest account is the one taking the gift, right? At my 50,000, because I really want to be close to my bag, at my 50,000, I'm opening 2 accounts, and you're going to decide who to take the gift. At my 50,000, I'm going to choose 2 beautiful ladies. Yes, because I gave you a chance and you didn't say anything, so I've dictated. I'm going to choose 2 beautiful ladies from the audience. It's now you to decide who to win or to outcompete the other. At my 50,000, I've opened an account of 2 people. One is for Eunice. At 0 cost, you can stand up and people recognize you without a mask. So they were advising me that I get a lady and a gentleman. But of course on ladies, a lady and a gentleman will earn nothing. Isn't it? So let me just, no, this is my money now. It's me commanding on my 50,000. Eunice, just stand up, remove your mask and let people see you. I've opened up an account for you. Yeah, at a 0 cost. Okay, you can stand up because everyone wants to see you. Okay, that's one. You've seen her, I think. So another lady is... and I have Ruth. Ruth, you can also stand up and they recognize you. At a 0 cost, yes. So we have 2 beautiful ladies in the house. We have Eunice and we have Ruth. Eunice, tumamureba. Eunice ngoimuch. Beja, wow. Ruth and Eunice, please come here. These are your beautiful chairs. Bambe tuchikolo mbwire buche. Ruth, we need you there, you're getting out. Thank you, Eunice, and Ruth is also coming. My 50,000 is here. For 2 accounts, I have Eunice and I have Ruth. Which is an mask. Wow. You can't even clap for her. You guys, you're so weird. Thank you. Where is Ruth? She's coming, eh? Yeah, you can have a seat. Hat to attend. Hat feelings. You can really attach your feelings to any of these 2 ladies. So it's up to you. Ruth, we are waiting for you. We don't have a lot of time. She's coming. She has 25. She has 25. The market is open. And trust me, one must take it. On how much? 10K plus 5. Oh. That she is paying 10,000 to transfer her account from her to Dr. D. You're adding 10. So we're having 2 competitors. We're having We're having 20,000. So we have two competitors. Yes, the 25 that I put.
10.
The 10 was for transparent. Actually, the 20. Can I clarify? The 20,000 was to transfer her account to him. So we are not counting that 20. So we are counting the 25 I opened and your 50. That is 75. And she has only 25. He has 85. Dr. D has 85. At how much? Wow. Whose account? Okay, at 20,000, they are transferring Eunice's account to Honorable Robin Rakojo. Wow, we have two senior competitors. I'm calling them seniors. So yes, you can go back to your seat. Thank you so much. May really God bless you. Hey, 30,000 accounts zona mwambingaho. So she has transferred all the accounts to Treasurer Ishaazi Sacco. You can stand up and wave for us. Yeah, it's okay. Feel free and you wave for the people. She's a beautiful treasurer for Ishaazi Sacco. You can take your seat. So it means we have only one account at only 30. She transferred with 30,000, the two accounts to one person. So you can rescue your accounts. Oh, so this 50,000, she has no account, they've remained with their accounts. Oh. With this 50 account actually Igumera. Tell her seal. Tia seal. Hatungwa when we are good together account. I'm getting something from Honorable Robina.
100, you take it back to the other lady who was seated here.
Ooh. So 100,000 units, you should come back here. So we have two accounts now. We have two accounts. We have Eunice and we have Dr. D. Dr. D has only 75,000. And don't forget that all this money that we've been collecting, it's transferring. So Eunice's account has actually 25. Eunice, come and take your seat. We have two competitors in the house. We have Dr. D with only 75,000 and we have Eunice. Please come and take your seat at only 25,000. Yes, you're still the winner. You're still the winner. Okay? I have some money here. Oh. Okay, at 10,000, ngumtsindishe transport or atware Eunice. Takwereta. But I can become a transporter. Let me come and get you. Oh. I come with money to take her. My 10,000, let's go. I first pay. Okay. Oh my God. In short, we have two accounts. We have 85,000 to Dr. D, and we have 25,000 to Eunice. Bishkam. My 10,000 is here. Exactly. Now we have 30,000 ngoija hanta kwachira actually. Emtwale eshatu ngoija. Ejo nenga? Eshatu. Ejo 31,000 bajangwa gumaho wenga. We have 2 accounts. Dr. D has 85,000 and Eunice has she has only 25,000. Yes. Ngoma mtasirinjire hata ubwo mtwale yagongera za Dr. Eunice ogache hari. Please. Let's do it so chap then. We have limited time. Eunice niwe tegereze. Nobanoisha oine mtwale Brunet Tracker. Dr. D has 85,000. Tujende bakusinjire hari. Meanwhile, as you're going, na yenda honorable Rob Narakojo, I'm telling him to aretan. Na shabangu. You can continue. Detem to Ryeitu ebi. Dete biri kutera hetan. Jatjin. Wow, ngo bakutera hemtwalo mukaga. Aho ni account. Hata mwenga na mwena mwene mnana nechitreka. Meanwhile, ticha wabana liyo na attack. Ngona bazimi Igumera wandeka nyenka. We have 85,000 to both accounts. Yes, Chairman, Sako. Emtwale ebiri agita account ya Eunice. Ezineza Eunice emtwale ebiri. Ni 10,000 oine mwenda 10,000. Eunice 105,000. Dr. D has 95,000. Okay, so meaning Eunice is taking the highest account. Which is that? Wakusinji. Eunice bamtera home to all. Eunice has 115,000. Eunice, you have 115,000. Dr. D has 95 only.
I am seeing this korota kizemtwale tano
hata njentwale tano tsakulunda na mtwaro ntuziho baja yayete mtwale tano. So we are fighting with the seal. Hal seal na tahom twab. Turansa seal tujiho. Kandecho nacho. Yes. Godwin.
Izaha. Bata heta na.
Hal heta na.
Aha.
Dr. Dariana bribing.
Owa doctor. Owa mshomesa.
No. Let him decide where he wants to put his 50.
Naenda mshomesa.
I think
Dr. Kamuganga ya campaigninga munonga kandi listen. Dr. Kamuganga ya campaigninga munonga. Alice Eunice kept quiet, so now start Eunice because she kept quiet.
So in short, Silver, you'll go. So you can say. It's okay. Siru twajiho. Ejo go. So Eunice Yagmachilza Dr. Kamuganga because Eunice has 115 and he has only 95,000. Bayongeraho Eunice 50 yashyitse emitwaro 12 120 to Eunice. Meanwhile, the doctor is going. Ngo doctor yashyitse emitwaro 10 otahiraho. So yashyitse emitwaro 10 n'enkumi ahubwo yine 9 n'enkumi 5. Yashyitse 10. Wow. Thank you so much. Doctor, yashyitse emitwaro 11 Eunice ni emitwaro 12. $120 to doctor, 130 here to still to doctor. Abana kamtaine feelings kama nshobora. Eunice has 120 and doctor has 130. We are going. So njumaisa doctor na chizaini somtwal. Have we agreed? We've agreed. Doctor Mundu gumwe. Doctor Mundu ebiri Eunice agenda. Eunice ni 12 bamwongeraho 10 n'ekicweka yashyitse 13 n'ekicweka bamwongeraho emitwaro 2 yashyitse 15 n'ekicweka. Doctor yata Eunice omurundi gumwe mureke can you clap because I've been counting for doctor and you clapped. Eunice omurundi gumwe
Ogambana sente.
Nogambira sente. Eunice omurundi gumwe Eunice omurundi ebiri Doctor yata. Yes. Team doctor aina emitwaro 13. Team Eunice aina emitwaro 15 n'enkumi 5. Now I'm part of nature, correct? If I'm a good mathematician. Eunice omurundi gumwe. Eunice mutera mugayo kwagira Eunice team Eunice.
Dr. Yayanga.
Dr. Mtwalo yashyitse 14 n'enkumi 5. Doctor yashyitse 15 n'enkumi 5. They are tying. Woo! Doctor 15 n'enkumi 5 Eunice 15 n'enkumi 5. Doctor murundi gumwe emirundi ebiri 2.5 Eunice yataha. Yes. Abana bene feelings. Eunice emitwaro ebiri yashyitse emitwaro n'ekicweka. They are tying and not dividing this gift. It must be taken by one person. Yes. So ekirabo kyaguma wanje now ninchitwala because they are tying now. We can't give it to one person. Bombi baine 17 n'ekicweka 170 the two accounts. Can I remain with a gift? Can I? I count for myself and I take the gift. I'm taking the gift. Dr. Amterahitano. Dr. Amterahitano. Yasem twalo. Ikum namnane kumitan. Yun say nikum namsharane kumitan. Thank you. Dr. Mundugumwe yachitwala. Emirundi ebiri. Dr. Mundugumwe. Dr. Mundi ebiri. Emirundi ebiri next tracker. Emirundi. Unisom 12. Ikum namnana bombi. Ikum namnana next tracker bombi. I think na nyona ni teka. You tying, right? Echira mchinde challenge twelve. Karamundu gumwe. Because they are tying and they can't divide the gift, so I have to take it. Karamundu gumwe.
Z.
Karamundu ebiri.
Z.
Karamundu ebinecheka.
Z.
There is a hand there. Wow. Doctor, I said mtwari kumna mwendo. Dr. Mundu gumwe. Dr. Mundi ebiri. Dr. Atwaretirawo. Okay, at my Dr. Stima kumia talk to Aram to Kumna Wind.
Zai kama kumia bila shoraji.
Yuni sagumza tom twaro ngure nyokanye. Which is abaguru mtwalo. Jetu. Dr. Asemto makumi abiri nsene mtwali 18 ne 15. Dr. Mundu kumwe. Dr. Mundi abiri. Harem connect hari. Emtwale bya NC asemtwalo. Abiri ne 15. Wow! Yinsi asim to makumi ashat nebidi. Emtwalo makumi ashat nebidi. Yunus amundu gumwe. Yunus amundu ebiri. Tim doctor oye. Z. Tim doctor yata.
Abantu wana wakashumisa bomusha.
Yin samun dugume? Yin samun dugume? Yin samun di ebidi? Yin samun di eshatu. Wow. Yeah, it's okay. One. Wow, thank you so much. Mwema mnonga. Now this is the last one. I told you we have 2 winners today. We have 2 guests here who are female guests. We don't put the competition to this table between Honorable Robin Rakosho and still the doctor. Oh my God! So the doctors are going to lose tonight. How do you see that? Can the competition go between the? Let us even put it here in the middle. We want the highest winner. Team Doctor oye! Team Doctor oye! Team Uganda West? Yes, I'm here. I'm part of you, by the way. Okay. You're starting your account with how much? Wow, Honorable Robina Kojo has opened her account with 80,000. Clap, you can clap for her. And Team Doctor, she opened her account with 100,000. So the doctors lost in the other competition and the doctors are winning in this competition. Wow. So we have two accounts now. We have Team Doctor and Team Honorable Robina. The market is open. Team Doctor, because she has 100 and Robina has 80,000. Team Honorable, bamojera mtwalo simtwalo mwenda. Yes. Team Honorable, yasemtwalo mwenda n'enkumi itaano. Meanwhile, Team Doctor is still high by 5,000. Team Doctor Mundugumwe. Oh. She's campaigning for herself. And really, I'm really wondering, the person with the highest account, she's the one campaigning. And someone with the lowest account, she's comfortable. Igomba West, where are you? 100,000?
Remember, we belong together. I'm also young. So you work hard. Work hard. You people, there's a young girl here. She belongs with you. Hi, hi. Hi. Talk. Talk. Let me allow her also to talk.
Hi, everybody. Remember that I came here because of you. I had 5 functions to attend. I didn't attend any. I sacrificed. I said, let me come. Now in Chiruhura, they must be wondering where I am. I didn't go for the fundraising. I didn't go for the one in Zimbabwe. I didn't go for the Kwinjira to Munyonyo. Really. I came here, so please. Then the doctors had already agreed to lose. So help them. Help them to lose, you people. Please.
Now, people, Dr. Ademun has already a model for us to succeed. The cutoff from Tanzania are going to be coming officially. We are going to build a market, a quarantine station, and a slaughter abattoir at the 20 kilometers away from the border. Now from there, the cattle which are going to be bought will come through the market and we can do our business.
She's reading her manifesto.
Then we come, we bring them to the quarantine station. There we shall spray, dip, and whatever. And we can even have a feedlot near there. Then we can slaughter these animals. They will be brought by refrigerated trucks into the markets, the urban area. So we can have maybe if urban area, Mbarara wants more meat, Kampala and so on.
Will the youth get jobs from there?
No. I am giving you a value chain
No jobs
on which
for
to
you.
participate. So please vote for me. Bring the money.
But we cannot vote for you when we are not going to have jobs in your program. So we are going with Honorable Robina Rakojo.
My program is value chain, and I'm giving you where to act from, where to participate in the value chain. In fact, I had missed to talk about this, but now I've got an advantage. You people, that thing, the program is already bought in. And
Doctor, Kumba, you've been reading my plan here. Now it's what you've told these people. I thought, okay, let me transfer it anyway. I know it seems you read everything and you told them, but it's okay, we share ideas. We share ideas. First, let's go back home and get our parents to change the mentality, because we are all educated and we have benefited from this thing and we are able. They haven't educated you for nothing. Aren't you giving back to them? Yeah. You're going to give back to them. Yeah. So I've told you where to get the money from. Please apply for it. Apply for that money. Form your groups. Apply for that money. The advice is still there. And make sure that you start getting into this business and making some money.
Yeah. So you people, you are not giving money. We are spending our energy.
Standing accounts, Honorable Robina Rakojo has 115,000. Team Doctor has only 100,000. Oh, no, 110. 110. Team Doctor 110. Team Honorable Rakojo has 115,000. So that means Honorable Robina is taking the highest account. She's the one with the highest account. So we are counting. Can she? Okay. Team Honorable with 10,000. Team Honorable, she's now having 125. Team Doctor has 110. Yes. Team Honorable 10, 130. Oh my God, they've reduced 10,000 from Doctor's account. It has gone to Team Honorable. So Team Doctor has 95,000 and Team Honorable has 145,000. Wow.
I think we shouldn't condemn our doctors, really. The second one to lose, no. 50,000 for the doctor.
They've supported the doctors not to lose. 50,000. So 90 plus 50, 145. They are tying actually. They are both having 145. So I'm taking the gift. Karumu Ndugumwe.
Phone number. Team Doctor.
How much? 10,000. You put it. Team Doctor 10,000. Team Honorable 20,000. So Doctor has 150. Then Honorable has 170. Wow. Gomba oye. Gomba oye. This is Agent Potei. How can you say you're reducing 4,000 from the doctor? That this is a Potea money. I'm not counting this. This is mine for tea. Thank you. You can. This is my tea. Thank you. So we have 150 Team Doctor and 170 Team Honorable. Honorable oye. Igomba oye. Z. Ezneza chai. Thank you. Ezneza njitizanyu. So we are counting for Team Honorable. Team Honorable 1, Doctor is losing again. Are you recognizing that? Team Honorable Omulundugumwe. Meanwhile, Doctor has 150 and Honorable has 170. Omulundugumwe. Yes, Ediga. Wow, they put 30,000 for Doctor. So Doctor has 180 and Honorable has 170. Meanwhile, the treasurer, you can give us your number on a piece of paper, then, because people have started paying by credit. Hey, never take cash in Neso Muzara, Konkanu was supporting. So how can you help those people? They don't have cash and the phones are off, but they are supporting. So really? So we have 180 Team Doctor, 170 Team Honorable. Team Doctor Mundugumwe. Team Doctor Mundugumwe Cheka. Team Doctor. Honorable has added 20,000 to her account. Oh, he had paid 30, so he's adding 20, now he's paying 50. So they are tying, isn't it? No, yeah, they are not tying. Honorable has 190, right? Then Doctor has 200. Dr. Mundugumwe? But meanwhile, we have to confirm whether you saw the money. We cannot just count the 50 when we haven't seen it. It's still pending. He received the 50. She received the 50, sorry. Wow. 200 Doctor, 190 Honorable. 90, it was 90. They added a 20. Dr. Mundugumwe, let's clap. Yes. Gomba West, 20,000. Muptelo Mungalo Wantum. And by the way, there is a fine to those who are not participating. Really, you're not participating, you're not bringing money, and you're not clapping. Really? A number. Honorable has 210. Doctor has 200. Honorable Mundugumwe. Honorable Mundi Evigi. Doctor is going. Doctors are losing for the second time. Honorable Mundi Evinotreka. Yes. Doctor 10. So they have 210. Karo Mundugumwe. Because we said when they tie and no one is taking it, I'm taking it, isn't it? Karo Mundugumwe. You clap for me at least because I'm winning. We are doing some transactions here. Hey, Carol is taking the gifts. Meanwhile, thank you so much. May really God bless you. I've taken the gift. The doctors have lost and basharaho na bomtwalo. So chamesang doctor dio na twalas. So doctor has 220 and Honorable has 210. Oh, Doctor has 210, Honorable has 200. Dr. Mundugumwe? Dr. Mundi Ebiri? Gomba West, twataha mazima. Yataho mtwalo. Honorable. So, we are having 210. The accounts are tying. So, Karamu Ndugumwe? Bring.
Choosing.
Oh, okay. Okay, that they've transferred Honorable Ebner's account to Masebwe Tomela. So, Honorable is out at only 10,000. Huh? Oh, at only 10,000. Please pay. Bishkan mwandise bugambo kamtakutaho sente umwana yataho sentezi. Okay, meanwhile the doctor is taking the highest account. No, actually they were tying, they all have 210. So Karo is taking the account. Karo mundu gumwe? Karo mundu ebiri? Karo! They've bought the money that was on this table to doctor's account, so I don't have any money now. Anyone going to Ishaazi to give me a lift? Candles as Kanan. So doctor is taking the highest account. Doctor has 218,000 and Honorable has 210. Omtwala account ya Honorable, yes, yeah, 220, and doctor has 218. So Honorable is taking the highest account. She has 220 and doctor has 218. Wow, something is happening. The doctor is supporting Honorable. Oh! Okay. Now there is a table that thinks it has a lot of money. And it is saying it is opening another account for Igumera at only 20,000. So meanwhile, we have 3 accounts now. Igumera has 20. Doctor has 238. Honorable has 220. We have 3 accounts now. But doctor is still taking the highest account with 238, right? Dr. Mundugumwe? Honorable Doctor? is making 240. Account Igumera bayongeraho 10. Fiona, you can pick the money. So doctor is having 240, Igumera is having 21, Umtuagumena 10, Honorable Rakojo has 220. Dr. Mundugumwe, Dr. Mundi Ebidi, Dr. Emundi Ebnetreka, Dr. Yes. Yachira sente. Tukwanga sente. We really need money. At only 2,000. Baba teire hivi ngo imiche umtalo ngo ateimuka so. Na wanku mibiri. Ngo umtalo ateimuka no wanku mibiri imiche no hoko mukunda no wanku mibiri. Dr. Mundi Abidi, guys, we have, I want to thank you. Let's close this exercise. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you so much for your money. Thank you so much. May really God bless you. And we are counting. We are sealing these all accounts. Updates, Igumera has 21. Doctor has 240. And Honorable Narakojo has 220. Dr. Mundugume, Dr. Mundi Abidi. No, ye no mtwalo kumene na 10. Mtwalo Abidi na 10. Oh, mtwalo shat na 10. Mtwalo kwa headache. Actually, rwa 10. No, guys, you're confusing me. The truth is, he paid only 1,000 for Igumera to stand up, and the 10 was refusing him to stand. So he has 21. Doctor has 240. Honorable Narakojo has 220. And we are making Doctor the winner of tonight. Let's all clap our hands for our good winners in the house. So you have. Thank you so much. And Honorable Robin Rakojo is accepting the defeat by handing over. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for this exercise. Thank you for allowing this exercise to take place. May really God bless you. And I'm giving the microphone back to the speaker of the occasion. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Caro. This business. Should I call you a marketeer or what? I want to thank you so much for your humble contribution to our gifts. Hello? Hello? Let's get back. Let's summarize and we have tea. Someone is bringing tea on your tables. Please just be patient. Wanangi. Hello, Caro, please. Let's get back. Thank you so much for this successful session that we've just finished. We are time bad and we have to listen to our guest of honor and then we summarize. I don't have the capacity to invite our guest of honor, so I will request the commissioner, please. I want to request you to help us and welcome our guest of honor to talk to us. Thank you so much. We shall give you the details of what has been taking place previously.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now I lost 10 years on my age. So it is very good that I've returned 10 years behind by associating with young people. But I will not tell you my age. That one you have to pay me to tell you. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the activities. Thank you very much for the function. I would appreciate all of you for sitting in here up to this time. I would like now not to take any more time, but to welcome our patient guest of honor and ask him to forgive us for all this. But you know, when you cross-generational, for you at your age, you would have already walked away, the meeting would have ended. But when we cross generations, and for me, I like it because I've lost 10 years and I've become younger. So I would like to invite our guest of honor, Dr. Mugasi, to speak to us on this occasion. Thank you very much.
The distinguished panelists, the leadership of Ishaazi Ryeitu, and all of you youth. First of all, I think Dr. Kamganga was spot on. If you don't have economic power, you have lost your culture. That was the first indication how we have lost the culture. Yet we are here promoting culture. I thought here we should have spoken the language of our culture. But nonetheless, I think since we have set the pace of using English, let me use English also. I bring apologies from the Minister, the Honorable Ryeitu Mirama, who was supposed to be here as guest of honor, but because he had other, state duties, he requested me to stand in his huge shoes to come and represent him here. So he sent his apologies, and he sent his full support for this institution. Now, before I deliver his brief message, I would like first of all to thank you, the young people. People always say that the future belongs to the youth. Me, I disagree with that. They say that the future of this country is in the hands of the youth. I have begun to disagree with that notion. Me, I think the present is in your hands. Have you understood me? We shouldn't relegate you to the future. You should start taking charge now. So therefore, I think, yes, the future is in your hands, but also the affairs at the moment, I think you youth, you should start to take charge. Rather than waiting for some day in the future where you can become leaders. So I congratulate you. A few days ago, I think a few weeks ago, Carol and your chairman came to my office. So and I saw these young men, they had an invitation letter, they had. I said, you guys, are you serious? I now confirm that you are serious. I have no doubt that you are very serious young people. Now, my name is Samuel Mugasi. Maybe for you to know a bit about me, about myself, I'm Samuel Mugasi. And I have studied agriculture and worked in agriculture all my life. So I have talked about agriculture, I have taught agriculture, I have practiced agriculture, and I'm all agriculture. And the experts have spoken. I don't want to bore you with more agriculture. But I want maybe to mention three things. Number one, we would be deceiving ourselves for us to come here and say that all of you should go in agriculture. Not at all. Because where we are heading in the future, where we are heading, as economies grow, you have fewer and fewer people getting engaged in agriculture and more people getting engaged in other sectors. The services, ICT, name it. So, but you need to have a strong calling for agriculture for you to go there and it makes sense for you. First of all, you must have the passion, not because your dad has good cows or because your uncle or whoever. You must have your own passion for agriculture. You must be committed. You don't have one leg here and one leg the other side. You must have full commitment if you are to go in agriculture and succeed. You must be patient. Because agriculture is not like a shop where you go in a shop and you sell money and you sell an item and you get money in your pocket. Agriculture takes time. If it is a cow, there is a cycle you have to go through for you to make money. If you are a coffee farmer, it's the same. You have to wait for 3 years. So it takes a patient person to go in agriculture, stay there, and make money there. I thought I should emphasize that for you young people. Because if you are looking at quick gains, then agriculture is not your place. But if you have a long-term vision, you have the commitment, you have the passion and the patience, agriculture can be a paying enterprise. There's a gentleman called Masihiwa. He's a Zambian entrepreneur. Masihiwa has invested all his money in telecoms. You could have heard of a company called Liquid Telecom. I think it's the single biggest African-owned telecom company in Africa. I think his net worth is about $3 billion. That is equivalent to the economy of Burundi. One person's money. So of recent, he has become passionate about farming. And he said that if he had known the potential in agriculture, he wouldn't have wasted his money going into telecom. You can go and Google him, Masiwa. The largest landowner now in America is Bill Gates. He's the biggest landowner. Why? He's seeing where the future is going to be. The future of business is going to be in agriculture. I want to put in some context the figures given by Dr. Kamuganga when he said that the biggest arable land of the world is in Africa. It is actually Africa sits on 60% of the global arable land, 60%. But do you know how much Africa contributes to the global agricultural trade? Only 4%. You are sitting on 60% of the global arable land as Africa, but we account to only 4% of the agricultural global trade. So where is the problem? Now, the population is growing, land is shrinking. That is why you see multinational companies are now descending on Africa to engage in farming. They are in Uganda, they are in Kenya, they are in Zimbabwe. Agricultural companies from all over, from Europe, from Eastern Europe, from Australia, they are now descending on Africa to go into commercial farming. So, the future of business enterprise is not in oil, it is in food. Why? Because now we are talking of green energy. I think, I don't know which country in Europe which has said that by 2050, they will not have even a single petrol-driven vehicle or diesel. So by 2080, 2100, we might be having any normal vehicles driven by fossil fuels, by petrol, by diesel. Because of the challenges we've seen in Russia, in Ukraine, and the rest, people are saying we must end dependence on oil. And indeed, if you see, those of you who are interested in news, now the biggest issue coming out of the war in Ukraine is not even oil, it is food, it is wheat. The biggest complaint now, they are begging Putin to open the channels for exporting wheat and grain. Whereas oil, they are saying oil we can manage, we have our own reserves. But none of them have their own food reserves. They don't. They are now saying, Putin, please open so that we can get the grain, we can get the wheat. So you can go around oil issues and petrol and the rest, but you can't go anywhere if you don't have food. So for us who still have land, especially in Africa, we have a great opportunity to feed the world and make money. So, whereas my brother Manuel Cheche is scaring us. I nicknamed him some name, but I won't mention here. Let me tell you, there is no easy business. Manuel, if you think you are suffering with your livestock, tomorrow maybe it is Sunday, you go to Chikubos and you hear what businessmen are saying. They are also crying. So there is no simple business. You have your own complaints as a livestock farmer, but somebody else in Chikubos also has his complaints. So, but how are you managing your own constraints? How are you managing your own challenges? So the message is, if we strategize, and especially with the youth, if you strategize and you say, now for me, I have looked at all options, rather than come for a job here that pays me 700,000, why don't I go and start a vegetable business? I was amazed by Kenyan young girls, your age, some of you, the young girls who are here. I found them in an international expo somewhere in Europe. Young girls between the age of 20 and 25. Marketing vegetables, they export chilies, they're exporting French beans, they're from Kenya here. So, and these are things that are on high demand in Europe. And this information is on the internet. You go and Google, and you see the market that there is in European countries. So, food, we have no substitute for food yet. I know there are some scientists, I think in China and Asia there, who are trying to do some synthetic meat. And they are giving an excuse to say that, livestock is causing greenhouse gases. They are decampaigning livestock by those seriously. If you have heard, in Europe, in Asia, that cows are one of the biggest emitters of greenhouse gases, that they are causing climate change. Cows are causing climate change. And therefore they are saying they are now beginning to manufacture synthetic meat. Somebody goes in a factory and manufactures meat. And for you are suffering with your cows and, So that's where we're heading. But I think we can, even if they go into their labs to produce meat, we have a case to make and say, look, ours is better meat, it is organic, it is healthy, and it is safe. You get my point? So I think as I wind up, I'm making 2 points. One, agriculture can be a source of good money, of good business, but go in when you are ready for the challenges. Now, Ishaazi Ryeitu, you said you have land in Kakumiro, and you are growing, what are you growing? Mushrooms, passion and pineapple. Now, I think Chairman, Saith and Carol, I think you come, find time, come and visit us. We work out an arrangement how we can develop your small plot into. Yeah. So we are giving an offer. If you have water there, we can make here an offer of bring for you a solar powered system that can pump for you water to irrigate Yeah. So come we discuss it with a proposal. If it is very good enough, we can offer you a solar powered irrigation that can do where you can grow vegetables and make some money and teach the others. Now the minister has sent you a contribution of 1 million shillings to help you in building your institution, and it is with me here. I don't know whom I will hand it over to. The treasurer. Yeah, so this is 1 million from Honorable Ryeitu Ramirama, which I'm handing over. You want to take a picture? I don't, maybe the foundation. So here is the contribution from the minister. Receive it and use it to grow your institution. So otherwise, congratulations. We will support you. We will move with you. If you talk nicely to Dr. Demoon, other things can come from the ministry. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much, guest of honor. Let's give him another hand of applause. Sorry. Thank you so much. Our dear guest of honor, we are requesting for your 5 minutes, and the dear guests here, let's call the chairman of SACCO to come and take you through, because Saith tackled some things, but I think really you would love to hear from the chairman. So, Mr. Eli Mukutu, you're most welcome. You can come and tell us, when did you start the SACCO? How many people are you willing to have? How much are you saving? Take us through that session. May God bless you.
Thank you, thank you. Our guest of honor, the dignitaries on high table, plus the audience, you're almost welcome. Amazina nabanyeta El Mukutu. I'm here to represent SACCO, Ishaazi Ryeitu SACCO, not foundation. Ishaazi Sacco. We have Ishaazi Foundation and Ishaazi Sacco. So I'm presenting Ishaazi Sacco as the chairman. Sir, we don't have a land. We have lands. Through Ishaazi Foundation, we managed to mobilize a few members who accepted to come together and form Ishaazi Sacco. That was last year, where we have been saving for the future. By the time we started, we were 30 members. And we started 30 members, but by now we are 54 members as Sacco members. In the first 6 months of its existence, we managed to buy a plot of land, 50 by 100 in Mukono, and that was fully cleared at 15 million in cash, and its final official land title. We have it, sir. In addition to that, last month, we bought a plot of land of 19 million, 50 by 100 in Nansana, Wakiso. We deposited 10 million and we are in debt of 9 million. So this is where we come and we ask for financial support, the big men in the house. We are doing all this under a registered Sacco, Ishaazi Sacco. Actually, it's under where you get it. That's the division we used. So since we have a registered Sacco, these are the documents of the Sacco. This is the certificate of registration. Minutes for AGM we had this year in May 7th, and all members that attended, their names are here. This is by law book, Ishaazi Sacco. This is a certified resolution of the Ishaazi Sacco from Ministry of Trade. So as I've told you, we deposited 10 million on our second plot. We're in debt of 9 million. So we deposited 10 million. This is the land agreement we made with the seller. So I don't know if you would like to read through it. This is it. This message goes to whoever wants to join the Sacco. The door is still open. I repeat. Those who would wish to join our Sacco, the door is still open. You're almost welcome. We are now 54 members, but by now, Honorable Bena and your team kindly. I'm just being honest to you. Milioni mwenda na sente nche kuongati nchi. But in that process, we have managed also to open a Sacco account here in the names of Ishaazi Sacco under DFCU. So the big men and ladies on high table, we want to boost our SACCO. Now rawagamba kintu kya SACCO and cooperatives icho tukacheza kale. Yes, you allow me to use Runyankole because I'm a Munyankole. So, sir, I think we are good to go. I thank you for your contribution and Ishaazi SACCO and the foundation as well. Before I go, I want to introduce SACCO members who are here. But first, I have my committee here. We have General Secretary, Mr. Biayus Asaf, stand up and. I have Nampora Sharon, Treasurer of the SACCO. I have says Nyesiga as publicist of the SACCO. Thank you. I have Kamumpa Caroline, advisor, legal advisor of the SACCO. And all members who are here, the SACCO members, you can get up and say it. Thank you. And I want to congratulate the breadwinner of today, Madam Yunus. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I wish you well and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman SACCO, Ishaazi Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you that we are really organized and we have all the documents. Actually, your money, when you trust us with your money is safe. Another thing I would want to tell you is we are welcoming everyone. If you really want to join, please come and join. The door is still open. And I don't want you to hear 8 months and you think the money is too much. We have students in our SACCO, we have working class, and we have parents. But we decided to put it on the costs, the monthly charges, at the level of a student to support the students who are still in the university. Because I may be under working class and I can afford to pay 100 per month. But we have a student at Makerere University who's just getting upkeep. So we decided to put it at a lowest cost, which is 52,000 per month. So you can calculate 52,000 per month times the 8 months that we have been in existence. And that's the money you are supposed to join with. You pay 30,000, one is for your identity card, and 20 is for entry. It's an entry fee, right? And you join the SACCO. And on top of that, sir, we are supporting each other. We said if a student cannot pay 400 and it's around 416, right? If a student cannot pay 416,000 at once, you can bring a half of the money because we want you. We want to work with you. We want to move with you. So it's 416. You can pay 200 and something, a half of that money. You join. After a month, you finish the balance. Then you'll be at the same line with those who started the SACCO. I think that's a very good idea. So we are not stopping anyone from joining the SACCO. Actually, we are welcoming everyone. We have parents, as I told you. We have Brian, he's a parent. He's a parent and he's working with us. We have Dan, he's not available. He's a soldier and he's supporting us. We have students. We have Eunice, she's a married woman, the one who was here. She's our member and she's working with us. So we are not stopping anyone. You can save for your daughter, your son. You can save for yourself as well. Thank you so much, Chairman. You have elaborated the SACCO, and I think those who are willing, they will really join. At this moment, I recognized people's talk, and he was out, so I would like to recognize him. You can stand up and wave for us. They are running Kaguta Foundation at Instagram with Mrs. Mercy. Bwetomera, you can also wave for us. And she is part of Ishaazi. She is part of the circle. She is our beautiful member. They really love you so much. Oh, she's Deputy Executive, Ishaazi Ryeitu Foundation. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Thank you so much. I would like to take back the microphone to the MC to run the rest of the program. I would like to thank Mr. Samson Kasumba for being with us all this long. He's our friend. He's a very good man and he's an important man to our country. But for him and even these parents that we have to sit, in fact they are among, our guest of honor was the first to reach here. He came at 1. But he sat and waited. He listened to us. Can we really clap for these people? We are saying thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Rubina Rakojo. She's actually my auntie. Thank you, Doctor. May God bless you. Thank you, Uncle D. We call him Uncle D. Thank you so much. Igumera John, thank you so much. May really God bless you. Once again, I'm Akamumpaka Rodin Bwankazi, the General Secretary of Ishaazi Foundation.
What then should I add on? You've said it all. You've done my job. And you will pay for hijacking my position. I also want to thank you so much. To begin with, our guest of honor and the representative. Thank you so much for your humble contribution and for your beautiful message. Trust me, everyone here has something to change and impact their livelihoods. I want to also thank our panelists. Thank you so much for sharing patent ideas that will help us enter into this sector that we've been fearing. Maybe to mention, I want to in a special way thank the Commissioner. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to thank Honorable Rubina Rakojo. Thanks so much for coming and representing. We've seen the people of Gomba West here and applauding you. And congratulations for winning that gift. Many thanks to Igumera John. Thanks for being an impeccable voice of the youth. You can hear how glad they are. And in a special way, that thing is political. I'm working my research. And in a special way, I want to thank my dear lecturer. Thanks so much, Mr. Dika Muganga, for sparing time to talk to us and taking us through the model. I hope we all subscribe to your idea and have a transformed mind. ED has just requested me to maybe ask if these people have anything to say about what they have been told about the 9 millions and the circle. So if there is anyone who has anything to say about it, in just a minute, and then I call the committee, the organizing committee, the Ishaazi members for a pick with the guests. Anything, our guests? Yes. Honorable Rubina Rakojo has pledged 500,000 to be collected on Monday. So I think they have had. And others are also going to add their voice later in time. At this moment, allow me invite all the organizing committee. Those that are outside, please come forward. The organizing committee, led by Seth and Carol. All the organizing committee of Ishaazi Foundation, please, we request you to come here very quick. Everyone who is outside, the organizers, please, first, spare some time for us. Please be quick.
Meanwhile, as they're coming, if you want to join Ishaazi Ryeitu Foundation, the door is still open. And you need to subscribe to be a member. And we have a subscription fee of 20,000, and we will give you a form to fill. The reason why we are giving you these forms, I want to elaborate it so clear, is one, we have our parents who would love to rob for us, for example, jobs. So we get your full names, we get your profession, like what you did, either degree or diploma or whatever. So when there is any opportunity, maybe in NADS, maybe in DDA, maybe in, so you are the first priority. They think about Ishaazi first. So you need to subscribe, because the government or any ministry can say we need 30 members, maybe IT specialists, maybe those who are having bachelor in science. So you are the first priority. We are going to go to our file of Ishaazi Foundation. We check those people, we call them, we find out whether they are employed or not. So please subscribe with Ishaazi Foundation and be fully members. May God bless you.
Thank you so much.
In a special way, this is the organizing committee, our guest of honor. Just 1 minute to close. They have all done a recommendable job. Okay? But there is someone who I want to invite on a special note, who is not here, and I want him to come forward. He goes by the name Biayesu Asaf. Asaf, please come forward. As he comes, this gentleman pledged Honorable Robina and Dr. Rose. Please listen to this. This little gentleman like me pledged that any flyer, any banner, any pull-up banner for Ishaazi Ryeitu Foundation Uganda, he does it for free of charge. Imagine such a banner to be done at a free cost. Imagine. If I don't appreciate him in front of people, what can I do? The Banyankore say, Otejuka, Asaf, I want to thank you. If Minister of Agriculture can give you a contract, if NADS can give you a contract, if LDF can give you a contract, I'll be the happiest man. If you have a wedding and you have any flyer you want to design, just young man like that, okay? Then, the beautiful t-shirts you see, these people branded in, were made by this gentleman by the name of Mr. Kamara, who is the chairperson organizing committee. He's from Cape Sony. Very nice t-shirts with, let me use you. You can turn back, just a minute. Ishaazi Ryeitu, my culture, my pride, my identity. Okay? Mr. Kamara, thank you so much. He was deputized by Miss Fiona. Thank you so much, Fiona. If you don't mind, please join me as we thank her for the job well done. I can't forget my deputy, who has always moved with me everywhere. Please come. Cameraman, this picture must go on our website. We started together, and amidst us joined Miss Caroline Bwankazi, the most marketing person I've ever seen in life. Please come and join me. Clap for her, please. You know her. But cameraman, you take this pic. Don't laugh. I thank you, team. I think then I had forgotten this. Ishaazi Ryeitu Foundation Uganda is not for Westerners. I had actually invited many, but many refused. But Barbara Piloya from Acholi accepted to be part of us. Thank you, Barbara. I think you've seen what we do. Be part of us. Bring many as we can. I invited Maya, I invited Pamela. They couldn't make it. She traveled from Acholi yesterday, Gulu, to attend this function. Okay? So thank you, Barbara. Be part of us, your family. Good thing you have your sister Rose. Okay? Those who have forgotten, those who have traveled from Barara, there's someone who have traveled. Kakare Fred, are you here? Stand up, please. He has just reached a few minutes back. He traveled from Barara just for this function. He traveled from Chenkwanz to here. Okay? Those who came around Kampala, we thank you. But people who traveled up country to come to this function, you really have shown us love. Okay? May God bless you for God and my country. Pick with the guests.
Please, don't go. We have...
Mr. Samson, and the high table can take a pic with you to go on our website.
Cameraman can give us the arrangement. Cameraman. Cameraman. Can organize us. Thank you so much, organizing committee.
We are zooming online.
Yes.